So, chat. Let me know how the music is. This is the first art stream with music in it, so I don't know. Let me know if it's a little loud, if it's a little Just let me know how it is. But yeah, this is welcome. I've never. This is the first art stream in so long. This is crazy. My first art stream was my drawing Pokemon from memory, and then I just really wanted to. I just really wanted to not have Deltarune spoiled for me anymore, and I wanted to interact with fan content, so I wanted to do that. But yeah. So yeah, let me know if the music's too loud. I could also turn it up if need be, but I'm pretty sure if anything it would be too loud. But yeah, I guess I'll just wait a little bit longer. As you can see, this is the commission that I will be working on. This is someone's original character, and I really like the design of it. My goal for today, I want to finish the line art and put down the flat colors. That would be great. That would be the ideal. Yeah. Oh, I have this in the wrong layer mode. That's awesome. So we will get to that, and we'll see. Maybe at the end, depending on how long this takes me, I'll do something else. I'm not entirely sure. I'm expecting this to be most, if not all of the stream, but I can pivot to something else if I actually am focused and finish this within a reasonable time. But we will see. I think for line art I am just gonna do my regular no texture, crisp line art. How big are we going? As my brushes get progressively thinner with each and every drawing I make. I think that's good. Also, who wants to be a real one and do the first chat of stream so I can see if the chat box is, it is on screen, but no one is chat. I need to see if it's sized right. Because again, since it's not a gaming stream, it's a different layout. So I don't know if it's the right size, but you know, we'll find out. It's okay, chat. Someone can be the first chatter. It's okay. I won't point and laugh at you. I don't bite. Hello. Haha, kidding. I am gonna point and laugh at you. I'm kidding. Hi, hello. The size looks fine. Maybe a little bit bigger. Someone send a longer message, so I can see how wide it is. It can be anything your heart desires. Howdy, hi, it's Ed. Hello, hi, wow. Okay, cool. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. I had to. Again, I'm using Streamlabs. Before I would always do, first time hopping in, I love you guys so much, I'm glad you started streaming. Aw, thank you. I am very glad. I'm definitely looking forward to doing more art streams. Thank you all for bearing with me, as it was a lot of Deltarune. I would like to do more gaming streams in the future, but sort of to balance it out, I wanted to do quite a bit of art streams, because that, believe it or not, that was the intention. I wanted to interact with Deltarune fan content, but I couldn't without playing them, so that was basically it. I was about to talk about my plans for the upcoming streams in the future, but it looks like we are in ads, so I will wait. It's very exciting to be I'm gonna be so real, I got affiliate much faster than I thought I would. I don't know if that's just like, I don't know, I have different expectations for my content than the viewers, or if, I don't know, I also, since most of the people follow me for art, and I wasn't really doing a lot of art, I wasn't really expecting to get affiliate until I started doing more art streams. But we got it by the time I started like Deltarune Chapter 4, I got affiliate, so that was fun. Thank you all for tuning in to my silly little streams. I really want, in the future for the upcoming streams, I have more like art challenge stuff I would like to do, like art challenges, some like videos, like drawing, like speed paints and videos. And then I do want to do more like how I did the Pokemon from memory. I would like to do more stuff like that. I wanted to do a Gartic phone stream. Unfortunately, and for the foreseeable future, it is going to be mostly commissions and comic work, because obviously those other art streams, they require more planning and scheduling. But question about your gaming streams: do you plan on posting about your gaming channel, or are they going to stay on Twitch? I do have a VOD channel that they will be going up on. That's going to be all of my gaming and art streams all together on the VOD channel. Sorry, I keep hearing a noise whenever there's a chat, and I wanted to see if, whatever, it's fine, we can deal with it. But it's I believe it's Oliver's, either Oliver's VODs or Oliver's Antics VODs. I've been meaning to make a chat command for it. So far, the only VOD up is the Pokemon from memory one. I'm gonna be so real, for the Deltarune ones, I've just been putting off making the thumbnail. That's why they aren't posted. I just have not, I've just been so lazy with making the thumbnails, but they will be there eventually. You can trust me on that one. But yeah, obviously, the stuff like Gartic... Why can I not make this fucking line? Trying to draw the same line on this hair for some... Did you guys... Have y'all seen how many times I've just... Okay, we don't gotta talk about it. That's what art is, baby. Just drawing the same fucking line 20 times. But stuff like the Pokemon from memory and the Gartic phone streams, those obviously take a bit more, like scheduling and planning. But fun fact, my broom is still not fixed from the leak. Which means, oh, did I do the thing? God damn it. I had a line that I liked, and then I accidentally undid, and then put my pen on the tablet screen. So, I lost that line for, good that we did it, we so did it, chat. So yeah, for the foreseeable future, it is just going to be mostly commissions and comic work, which I don't think anybody will be, like, complaining about, necessarily. But all of the more, like, I guess, exciting stuff will be put on hold until that is... We think we found the issue, though. Unfortunately, the work it's like a bigger job, so the guy has to get approval from the management company or whatever, instead of just coming to go and do it. So we're waiting on the approval, basically, and then after that, he's gonna come do the thing, and then we have to wait for it to be raining out again. And then from there we can see if it's fixed. Hopefully, finally. I've been dealing with this for almost 5 fucking years. But when I was going to start streaming on Twitch, my plan was originally to do 2 days a week and then work my way up. Whenever I do get around, whenever I am able to do, like, actually commit to a schedule, I'm thinking of doing 3, because I thought 2 would be a lot for me, because I am generally, like, a quieter, more introverted person. And so I thought 2 would be, like, a lot, but when I was doing my Deltarune streams, I would do 2 or 3 a week, and I felt fine. So I think what I would like to do is do at least 3 a week, so I can have, like, 2 art streams and then 1 gaming stream a week, and I think that would be... Because there's both a lot of art streams I want to do and a lot of gaming streams I want to do. And I just think, like, doing the 2 a week, I wouldn't have enough time for it. So, yeah, that would be my plan. I have some... I'm not fully decided on what game I want to stream next. I'm stuck between a few different things. So for one, I wanted to, because for those of you who don't know, you still have a leak in your room? Relatable, I've been dealing with the same, unfortunately. It's, yeah. Glad you found the problem, hope I have it fixed soon. Yeah, we think we found the problem. We think it's, something near, like, the ground on the outside. I think it was called the stucco, or something of the sort. Very, very frustrating. I've been dealing with it, and so many people have come and are just like, this is the issue, and then they'll, like, quote-unquote fix it, only for it to, like, not actually be the issue. The guy who's been working on it is the first guy who's actually, like, trying to problem solve and figure out what the issue is. But fingers crossed. So I'm a big Pokemon fan, as many of y'all know, and if you don't know what Pokemon Home is, it's basically an app on the Switch where it's like a bank for all of your Pokemon. They can just, like, hang in there, and you can, like, put Pokemon in there from all the different games. But if you complete the Pokedex from certain games, you'll get, like, certain rewards that are, like, mostly shiny Pokemon. I think they're all shiny Pokemon, actually. So I would like to get all of those, but that would require me completely playing through a number of games, or at least 2 games, like beginning to end playing through at least 2 games. And then additionally having to play a little bit more games. So what I think I'll do is I'll stream 1 Pokemon game, and then go to a different game, and then stream another Pokemon game, and then go to another game. And I think that'll help, like, balance it out. Because 2 other games that I wanted to play, like, really bad. I've been thinking a lot about Final Fantasy XIII, which is one of my all-time favorite games from my childhood, and it's so dear to me. And I really want to replay that. And then also, I wanted to play a game about digging a hole, because that seems like peak me. Peak, like, ADHD, just sit here and do a thing. It sounds very fun, so I want to do that. But I also I have a lot of games on for the Switch that I just have not gotten around to playing. Like, I really want to play Hades, and I think that would be a fun one to stream. I have Hollow Knight, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little reluctant to play that on stream. I'm pretty 50-50 about it, because I heard that the Hollow Knight fandom is absolutely insufferable with backseating, which can kind of ruin an experience. But also, on the other hand, I am also an Undertale and Deltarune fan, which is, they're also insufferable with backseating. And obviously with the Deltarune and Undertale, it didn't bother me as much because they are games that I have played before. And so I'm a little worried that if I were to stream Hollow Knight and people are super doing, like, backseating, it might, like, ruin it for me. So I'm I'm undecided if I want to do that. And I wanted to stream Cult of the Lamb, and because that's another one I have, and then Final Fantasy VII, because believe it or not, I've never played that game before. So yeah, there's a few I wanted to do, so hopefully when my fucking room gets fixed, I can have a schedule. I think it would be, like, Monday would be an art stream. Obviously I do also want to get back, for anyone who's a longer time viewer of my stuff, you'll know that I used to do, like, I used to do, like, 2 streams a week. And then every Monday would be, like, my Pokemon Gajinka series. And then, I think it was Thursday or something, I would just do a whatever art stream. And that would be fun to do again. So, fingers crossed, because that would also like to get back to doing that. Believe it or not something I've given up on. It's just something I have not, done because of, believe it or not, the leak in my room. It makes it hard to commit to a stream schedule because your entire life revolves around the schedule of the repair people. But fingers crossed, it'll be fixed soon. Ugh. But I am thinking I want to do like every Monday, Thursday, and then either Tuesday or Friday. I'm undecided on which. Like those could be like my dedicated streams of the week, and then and then I can just do any bonus streams as I see fit, if I so desire. But yeah, for the gaming streams, whichever one I do next, I might do like a poll on which one people want to see. Because the 2 Pokemon games that I have to play through completely in order to get like the Pokemon Home rewards, I need to play through Shining Pearl, and then either Let's Go Pikachu or Eevee. Because I will need to play both, but I only need to play through... Like, one of them I need to play all the way through to get all of the Pokemon. Because I don't think I have any Pokemon in Pokemon Home from those games. And then I will need to play through the other one a little bit for version exclusives. I have like, all of the Pokemon from Brilliant Diamond. So I mostly just need to grab the version exclusives from Shining Pearl, but that does also unfortunately mean playing through the whole game to get Palkia. Because I need him from that game, and I can only get him from the very end of the game. So I'll have to play through that whole thing. Which that one shouldn't take me too long, because I played through an insane amount of Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum as a kid. So I know that game like the fucking back of my hand. And then Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are very simple games, so even though I'm less familiar with Kanto, because of how simple the games are, they shouldn't take me that long. And then I just really want to dig a hole. I want to 100% that shit. I'm gonna dig the biggest hole anyone has ever seen. It's gonna be great. And then of course Final Fantasy 13 is just, it's so dear to me. Which is a game, I remember I played it and I loved it, and then at the time everyone hated it, and I was like, oh, okay. But I have been seeing a lot of, like, people being like, no, this game's actually good. It's good, actually. And so I'm like, I fucking told you. This shit slaps. I'm a little worried about it, because I don't know how it holds up, like, now, but here's the thing. That game is hard. Like, when I was playing it as a kid, I thought it was just me. But my uncle, who, I don't know if he still plays Final Fantasy, but at the time he was, like, a lifelong Final Fantasy fan. He was like, yeah, no, that's hard as shit. So, I was like, okay, thank God, it's not just me. I thought I was like, am I just bad at games? But no, it's actually really hard. I would like to 100% it, because I've never done that on stream. I've never done that in my life, despite how much I played it, because of how hard of a game it is. But, you know, we can find out. We can find out if it's doable for me. I also, if anybody in chat knows a way to, like, add the music that's playing as a stream overlay, like any sort of plugin for that, that'd be great. I can also relate to liking games everyone else seems to hate. It'd be like that. Honestly though, I'm kind of used to it, because growing up, I also, like, I loved Kingdom Hearts, which people don't hate that game, but I feel like it is just a bad game. Like, they're very fun and endearing, but they are not good games, let's be so real. And then also my favorite anime is Fairy Tail, so, like, I'm not exactly concerned with what is popular and what people like. I'm used to people disliking the things I enjoy, it's fine. Which, by the way, I do also want to play the Fairy Tail Switch game on stream. I heard it's mediocre, but I'm also a lifelong Fairy Tail fan, so I want to play it at some point. So I can, like, eat at the crumbs that are given to the Thunder Legion, which is, like, they're pretty sure they're not even really there. They're just gonna be mentioned, and I'm gonna be like, that's them! Those are my silly guys! By the way, can y'all hear the chat noise? every time someone sends a message in chat, there's like a little ding. I don't know if that's like through Twitch or through Streamlabs, so I don't know if y'all can even hear it, but, you know. I can find a way to turn it off if it's, like, annoying. Like, I don't have, like, a super active chat. My chats are pretty, like, chill and... It's mostly just me yapping about whatever, and then people chime in if they have something else to say. So I don't think it's, like, a super distracting thing, but I would like to turn it off at some point. But I'm very new to... I'm relatively new to streaming. I don't do it often enough to really know everything, and then I'm very new to Twitch. So, you know... We're still working on it. But there's a lot of things. I want to make more emotes too. That's another art stream I wanted to do. I have one emote. And it was, as a Legend of Zelda fan, I like Skyward Sword. It came out when a whole bunch of the internet was shitting on it back then. Yes, you hear the stream noise. Cool. Well, yeah, I'll find a way to turn it off. I don't know if it's like... I'm assuming it's through Twitch? But I don't know enough about Twitch to... Hold on. Pause chat. Oh my god, I can clear chat. I can do that. Delete all your messages. Slow mode. Can you imagine me putting a slow mode on my chat? Oh, chat appearance. Interesting. I've never really done much of this before. How do I even, how do I? Oh, I forgot I can make polls now! Wow. So fun. Wow. I can do a quick Google noise. A quick Google noise, quick Google search. And by Google search, I mean a cozy search. Twitch. Chat. Noise. Noise. Sound alert. That's the one. I love, internet. I love internet. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, this seems like a lot. Okay, well. Let's see. Turn off. You would think it would just be a simple turn this on and off, but apparently not. I love when things are complicated. Alert. Oh, show messages. Moderator badge. Browser settings. Custom code. Well. Parlor's assuming you turn on accident. I don't think this is correct. I gotta be honest. I don't think this is the correct information. I don't think that's correct. I must be real. I gotta be so honest with you. I do not think that is correct. I think I am being lied to on the internet. I think the internet is lying to me. Streaming essentials. Chatbox. Cool. Well, where is that? Cool. Cool. I love understanding my program. I love it. Notifications, maybe? No. I'm so smart and cool and talented and know what I'm doing, and it's awesome. Well, you know, I also don't, maybe I can, because I don't, this wasn't here last time. Maybe if I change the chat, oh no, well, you know, well, it might just be something that we have to deal with today. And, does that sound good? We can just, we'll handshake, we can just do it together. we can handshake, we'll deal with it. Sunglasses come down, deal with it. That's weird though, it wasn't here last time. It did not, like, that was not an issue before. It's interesting. Although I guess I also didn't have my desktop audio in stream last time, so I wouldn't have noticed it. Well, we'll figure it out. I love figuring things out on stream in front of people. Alright. Anyways, the art stream, right? The drawing I'm supposed to be working on. This song, I thought this was for anyone who doesn't know, this is, it's TV Time from Deltarune Chapter 3. I was pretty indifferent about it at first. It was like, it's a good song, like, I don't think Toby Fox can make bad music. But, I also, oh wait, hold on, I just got an idea. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. We can, hold on. Hold up, chat. Wait. We can, what if we... Hold on, wait, let me get rid of this for a second. And then we can... Here, I'll sing it for you. Do 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 do. Is this working? Msk. Do 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 do. Oh, can I not do that? I was going to add a window capture of Spotify and then. Oh wait, I can. Haha! But then we will hide it. Oh wait, hold on. I might need to do a different thing. Hold on, wait. I think I'm on the right track, though. I think I can do something of the sort. Delete. 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 Let's try, display capture? No, I don't think that would work. Well, I tried, chat. There was an effort. Here, I'll restart this sick song for you. There was an effort. We'll figure it out next time. We'll get them next time. Oof. It's okay. I don't think my chat isn't like, it's pretty chill and cozy here. So I think we'll be good just dealing with it for today. Yeah, this song, since it's Dialga and Palkia, it's making me think of Legends Arceus, and I want to say I will be streaming Legends EA, and I am excited for it because Legends Arceus was a very good game. But it came out at a time where I was experiencing incredible trauma. I just came back from one of the worst things I've ever experienced in my fucking life, and I was playing it a lot as like a way to cope, and so now I only associate it with that. And so even though it's a really great game, I'm like, haha, well, oops. So very excited for Legend ZA so I can build a positive experience with it. That would be cool. Building positive experiences with games that you like. Who could imagine such a concept? Wait, I was supposed to put Spotify back up here so I can see the music that's playing. I don't need to see two of me. I can barely handle one of me. Okay, I gotta get in here for this one. I try not to zoom in that much. Or, like, a lot. I try to keep it, like, relatively zoomed out, but sometimes you gotta... Sometimes you just gotta get into those pixels, you know? It's very intimate, I know. That's, like, basically third base. Showing each other your pixels. Well, actually, we'll come back to that. I keep pressing... I'm using a different tablet than normal, because there's a tablet I'm making a video on at some point. And so I'm still not... You would think... I've been using it for about a month now, and you would think I'm used to the shortcut buttons on the side, and yet... I am not. And I don't know how that works. God, Gen 4 is such good music. I am going to add more. Right now, the only thing in my stream playlist is Undertale and Deltarune and Pokemon. There is gonna be more, but my stream playlists are a bit of a work in progress. Although, even in the end, I feel like it is gonna be mostly just Toby Fox music, Pokemon music, and then clip that out of context is basically third base. I mean, since I am streaming on Twitch, y'all can clip stuff. Y'all do have that power. I completely cannot stop you. And also, I'm not wrong, you know, the relationship is real when y'all see each other's pixels. Oh, speaking of bangers, though. So when I was playing this on stream, it was so hard to, like, do good, because I just wanted to focus on the song. Although it is funny, literally in the stream, I was like, I'm not very good at these sorts of games, haha. And then I missed, like, one note, which, to be fair, it is, because I was basing it off of, like, Rock Band and Guitar Hero, and this minigame in Deltarune is, like, an incredibly simplified version of that. So I do still stand by my statement of I'm not good at those sorts of games. It's just easier when there's only two buttons you have to focus on, and also you don't have to focus on strumming. But it was so hard to focus on because I just wanted to listen to this song. Let's get this ear so I don't forget. I hope y'all appreciate my art journey. I used to never show people's ears when I drew them, to now sometimes you see some ear. It's real artistic growth. Never before seen Oliver ear technique. Where's that? Damn. Let me know, do you guys enjoy because I don't have it, so you can't see like my you can't, I have it so you can't see my layers and everything and all of my, if I were to like get rid of this border real quick. Oh, I forgot I have 2 of them right now. Like, do y'all want to see my layers and everything? I feel like, because that would require me to, like, make a new... Oh, it would require me to make a new border. But I can. I assume it would be a little distracting for people, and especially since I want to have, like, chat and everything on screen. It would just be a little cramped, but if y'all want to see that, I can change this. Another stream idea I wanted to do is work on making assets. Like, I wanted to make a different starting, like my screens where it's like starting soon, my be right back, and my thanks for watching. I did want those to be different. So I could change it, because I know some people, I feel like it's one of those things where like I won't be able to please everyone with it, because I think some people would find it distracting, but other people would like to see them. Maybe I can like switch back and forth between them. I don't know, I'm basically figuring out everything about my streams. So your feedback, I will accept it for now. We'll see in the future though. Nicolai's a bit distracting for me, but also your stream making rules. You mean like with the stuff on— yeah, I figured that would be the case. I just think if I have like everything visible on stream, it would be harder for people to focus on like— because obviously the point of the art streams is the thing I'm drawing. So I just assumed that it would be, like, kind of defeat the purpose if that's not the thing you're paying attention to. God, I still need to watch the Undertale 10th anniversary stream. I watched the first, like, 5 minutes of it. And then I stopped, because I was also in the middle of watching the Snapcube playthrough of Deltarune. So I wanted to finish that first and then go back and watch that. But I have seen clips of like— because also when they streamed Deltarune at Fangamer for one of the Undertale anniversaries, they added a bunch of just like stuff to the game that would just be like exclusive to that stream. And it looks like they added a lot of stuff like that too, because I've been seeing clips of them. There was also, like, the Gaster door that they just fully ignored, which I think is very funny. I'm very excited to see what his deal is, that WD Gaster, because we're for sure gonna see him in Deltarune, right? Like, I feel like it'd be impossible to not see him in Deltarune. It's gonna be, like, very much at the end thing, but we gotta see him. We gotta. And it's gonna be— it's gonna be such a crazy thing. The internet is gonna die, and it would be so funny if it's not that— if he is not that Mystery Man sprite. Cause it's just like a possible what Gaster looks like, but everyone has like basically accepted it as canon, so I think it would be really funny if it wasn't that. I know some people would be very upset, but I just think it'd be funny. Okay, Clip Studio, I appreciate that you're saving the recovery information, but I would like to erase this part of the drawing. Thank you. for not holding me captive in your loading screen. But speaking, I know I keep mentioning, like, Deltarune, but, here's the thing. I'm neurodivergent, I can't help it. It's just where the hyperfixation is at the moment. Because I was also going to... Actually, I'll wait until ads are finished. Because I was going to talk about videos I have planned. But I'll wait until ads are finished. Also, let me know, is this... I guess I should also wait. I was about to ask if ads are, like, rolling too often, but ads are not... Y'all are in ads right now. Most of you, I'm assuming. We don't have subscribers yet here, I don't think. So I'm assuming you're all stuck in the ads. God, the song is so good. I loved Deltarune Chapter 4. By far the strongest chapter. They were all really good. But Chapter 4 was just phenomenal. Hello? Can I have my... Am I... Oh, okay, Clip Studio. I love it when you work. I love it. I love it when you function oh, okay, hi, Big Brush. Oh, is that why we're not... I think my brush was just way too big for it to function. Anyways, I have a lot of videos that I have to get out. My next video is going to be my, a part 2 to my art supplies video where I, like, show how I use everything in my sketchbooks. I have most of it filmed. I need to record the audio, and I need to make some drawn assets for it. But generally that video shouldn't take me too long to make. And then after that I have to make the video about the tablet. Because due to the leak it's taking a lot longer to make than I thought it would, and I feel bad. And then I also have a video about some alcohol markers that were sent to me that I need to make. But then after that, a video that I'm very excited for, which I have no idea what the drawing is going to be in that video, so I have to figure that out. But, obviously it's gonna be about Deltarune. So sorry for y'all not interested in Deltarune, but I have the brain rot at the moment, so I gotta have thoughts that will not leave my brain until I put them out in the world. But I know that there's a popular theory that Des is the Roaring Knight, but I think those are fun. I think that's a fun theory, and I like a lot of the fan content that's come out of that theory. But I truly, deep in my heart, feel and fear that it's gonna be Rudy. And so I was gonna make a video about that because I think I have seen some people say it, but I think most people are the knight is Des or the knight is Carol. But I truly feel it's gonna be Rudy. And I'm not gonna be ready for that emotionally. Because, there's like a few things that I think are basically requirements for someone to be the knight, the Roaring Knight, Mr. Roaring Knight, sir. And Rudy is the only one who, like, matches all of them, I think, because the 4 main, contenders, we'll say, for someone being the Roaring Knight is, Carol, Rudy, Asgore, and Des. And I think out of all of them, Rudy's the only one who matches every single thing that I think is required of someone to be the knight. And then also, Susie did say the knight is probably weak in the light world, which is why he only ever attacks in the dark world. And obviously Rudy is sick, so maybe whatever he's doing as the knight is, like, corrupting his body in a way that's, like, undetectable in the light world because they don't know what's happening with him. The doctors say he needs more tests. There's, like, a lot... there's a lot to say about it that I... Like, a lot of reasons why I think Rudy is the knight, but that's the gist of it. and I'm very excited for it. I love it. I just need to figure out what drawing to make. I think I might... obviously, it would be nice to have it be something relating to the night, but, you know... I need to figure out what that drawing is, and I have to just figure out how to draw him, because I made a YouTube short where I drew him, which, by the way, did way more... It did way better than I thought it would. It was just a silly thing I made. But it's like one of my most viewed shorts, I think, so thank you. And I do like how it came out, but it was just a quick thing, so it was very, like, flat, and I didn't really, like, play on the design at all. Which, whenever there's a pixel art game that I enjoy, I always like to play with the design a bit. And I didn't really do that there, so I would like to make a drawing where I do that. It's just so different. Like, that design is so different from the things I typically draw. So I need to, like, set aside this time to actually do it, and then maybe I'll draw it on stream, maybe. You know, also for all the Pokemon players out there, reminder to we unlocked all of the shiny ruin Pokemon. Be sure to grab them. They're pretty sick, especially the fish. I like that silly guy. And it was funny because I was doing the shiny ruins Pokemon raids, but in the middle of doing that is when the Deltarune hyperfixation hit. So I was like, I gotta do the street. I gotta do the raids. But Deltarune. This game I've already played 12 times. I need to play it for the 13th time. What am I to do? This is the life of a neurodivergent fella. But I am excited to do more art streams so I can actually get the shit done that I need to get done, because, I think I mentioned it before, I got ADHD, which makes working very difficult, and body doubling really helps me. And streaming, basically like body doubling, because even if y'all aren't active in chat, I know you're there, I know you're lurking, I see you, 9 viewers here, I know you're here, but the body doubling, it really helps me. Like, there are so many times where I'll be video calling or voice calling with a friend, and I'll be getting so much work done. I like how I said I see you, 9 viewers, and then one person left. They're like, I can't handle being perceived. I gotta get out of here. I cannot. But I'll be, like, voice calling or video calling with a friend, and then I'll be getting so much work done, and then they have to leave, and then they stop, and then I immediately stop working. It's just, it really do be like that. So that'll be nice. But I have also been playing with something that I think is going to help me, because the thing is, I'm sure some of y'all have ADHD or other adjacent mental illnesses or whatever. A big common issue that I have is, like, something as far as, like, me becoming more productive, something will work for like 2 months, and then I'll have like one off day, and then immediately it stops working. So I don't know if it's like one of those things and it's gonna stop working eventually, but for now it's working. And that thing is because I've learned that brain go nah, exactly. It's a real struggle in my life. Something that I have learned for people with ADHD is that the structure of school, like the school day, if you have ADHD, it either really works for you or it really does not work for you. And I think it was one that it really worked for me, because when I was it was around high school that I started having like suspicions that I might have ADHD, but my ADHD never got bad until after I graduated. And so what I've been doing is I downloaded a visual timer app on my phone. And you can set like basically like different alarms. And it looks very similar to just like the regular default alarm app on your clock app on your phone. But whenever if this is like the clock, you can be like, okay, I'm gonna set a timer for 40 minutes, and then this is all colored in, and then as it ticks down, it you can visually see it, and you can set different times. So I have one set for 40 minutes, which is my work clock, and then I have one set for 5 minutes, which is my break clock. And so I'll work for 40 minutes, and then I have a break for 5 minutes, and then I'll work for another 40 minutes, and then I'll have another 5-minute break. And that's been helping. It doesn't completely get rid of the feeling how whenever you're trying to work with ADHD and you're just like, dude, I just cannot. That feeling. It doesn't completely get rid of that feeling. Honestly, I would argue more often than not, it doesn't really get rid of that feeling, but it makes it much easier to manage because I'm like, okay, well, it's only 40 minutes. I can deal with this, even if it's not something I super want to do. And then having the visual timer of I can visually see with a big solid block of color how much time I have left. It's been really helping. So fingers crossed it stays helping, but I will keep y'all updated on that, and whether or not it stays helping. But it's been working out for it, because that's the issue that I also have with the issue with planners that I have is apparently this is a really common thing for ADHD. Following a planner really helps, but there's nothing I hate more than following a fucking planner. It sucks. And then there's also the issue where it's it'll work, and then I'll have one day where I don't follow my planner, and then it's fucked, and then I never use it again. I have that issue, so I don't know if this is also something like that. Fingers crossed that it stays working, because my god, I need to do something. But hopefully between that and streaming on Twitch, I'll be able to actually be more active on YouTube again, like I would like. That'd be great. Doing your job, that's awesome. I need to adjust my tablet stand. I'm hunching over so much. There we go. Oh god, that's so much better. Who knew when you can see the thing, drawing becomes easier? It's a crazy concept, I know. We actually will... Let me get rid of this part, and then... Let me make my eraser smaller. Yeah, sure, 15. Let's do it. Actually, let's... Oh, lower the opacity. And then do some erasing. Actually, we'll just get rid of all of this bit here. And then we'll merge that down, so then this next eye, I don't have to worry about. I can just focus on it. I gotta play Sun and Moon again. Those games were fun. I feel like they're a much more casual Pokemon game, I guess. There are so many games where you can really get into the story and play it for hours and hours on end. I feel like Sun and Moon is more of a pick it up and play it when you have some time kind of game. Hello? Can I... Okay, Clip Studio, it's fine when you're not drawing. It's okay to not draw when my pen is moving across the tablet screen. Do whatever you want. Fuck it, honestly. No, I know my computer is kind of iffy with streams. That's like one of the games that I wanted to play was Baldur's Gate 3, because I haven't played it, but I would like to. I just feel like who I am as a person, I have to romance Astarion at some point in my life. But the problem with that is that I know for a fact my computer will not be able to handle streaming that. Like, I can stream Pokemon and Deltarune because those games aren't, like, super demanding. Like, my computer can handle those. I don't have, like, a bad computer, but it's definitely outdated. I have some financial stuff I have to deal with in my personal life at the moment, but then after that, my brother is, like, he's super good with computers, and he knows a lot about that, so he was gonna help me build one. So, fingers crossed, I can get that done soon. But that is sometimes why my computer has issues with streaming. Like, sometimes I'll go to undo something, and it just decides to undo, like, 5 lines that I did instead of the last 1 line. Which sucks a lot, and it only ever happens when I'm streaming, so it just must be something about, like, my computer can't handle that. But I did adjust the bitrate that one stream, and that seems to have helped a lot of the issues. God, speaking of Sun and Moon, this is the Sun and Moon Elite Four theme. This is, like, the best Elite Four theme. The Elite Four in that game is so easy. Like, I feel like they do not need this epic sounding of a song, and yet they have it. Good for them, honestly. But it's like, I beat most of their Pokemon in 1 hit. So I don't think this song is really earned, but my god is it a banger. I should make the pupil first before I... God, this song is so good. I love Pokemon music, man. Pokemon, it's just so good. I like how everyone freaked out when this song came, like when we all played Legends Arceus for the first time and this song happened, we were like, uh-oh. I do really need to try and build, like, a positive experience with this game. It would be fun to replay. Maybe I'll invite a friend on and, play it on stream. Which, by the way, my friend Six, the one who did the Pokemon from Memory stream with me, shout out to that guy. My favorite little buddy. Because when I've been wanting to stream on Twitch for a while, obviously. If you've been watching for a while, you know that. I've mentioned it a number of times. But it was the thing where, you know that how sometimes you'll want to do a thing, but then you put it off for a while, and then the longer you put it off, like the longer you put it off doing it, the more overwhelming doing it feels. That's kind of what it was like, trying to start Twitch streaming. And so, like, the reason that Pokemon from Memory stream was the first stream that we did was because I asked my friend, because I was like, if I have a friend on it and make it a fun hangout session, and just make it a fun thing between friends, it would, like, get me to do it. And then since I did that first stream, it would be, like, easier to come back to it. So that's why it was like that. So shout out to him. My best friend in the whole wide world. Love that guy. He's the reason I'm streaming on Twitch, because he helped me do the thing. I would like to do another drawing Pokemon from Memory stream, though. Because he did have to leave, like, sort of unexpectedly in the middle of it. and it was a good time, so I would like to do a part 2 at some point. But I just want to have more people with on stream, because I do like these chill ones where I'm just like hanging out with y'all and drawing. But genuinely, throughout the years, all of my favorite videos and streams that I've done are when I have one of my friends with me. It's just so fun. It's always a good time. So I would like to do more of those in the future. Whether it's like art streams or like multiplayer gaming streams, I just think it'd be neat. See how much of this eyebrow gets erased, because I drew that entire end of this eyebrow and it looked good, only for it to all get erased. But that's art, you know? It really do be like that. Yeah, I do think most of this drawing is gonna be me working on the hair, because, like... if I zoom out for a moment, you will notice there's very many of one thing. I mean, I'm not complaining. I do like drawing hair. So when someone, like this person sent me their character, because they wanted me to draw their character, and they sent the character to me, and I saw all the long hair, I was like, what a treat. But once the hair is done, it'll be like most of the drawing is done, basically. Also, nose update, still hate drawing noses. Like, I know people say that they like the way I draw noses, but every time I try to stylize them, I'm just like, fuck this. You don't need to smell anything, get rid of that shit. Yeah, I realized I did not sketch any sort of mouth, but you know what? It's fine. They don't need one. Oh, I like it when the music doesn't play. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Oh. Oh, there we go. It's a little shy. Gen 5 also has really good music. I know when Legends ZA was announced, people were a little disappointed it wasn't like Gen 5 remakes or like a Legends Hoenn, or Unova rather, like a Legends Unova. I'm gonna be so honest, like, I love Gen 5, but like it really doesn't need anything. Gen 6, on the other hand, absolutely needs something. Those are by far the weakest games, like the weakest Pokemon games, in my opinion. Like, I remember in high school, I had a friend, Bailey, who, like, if you speak to me for all of 5 minutes, you'll learn that I'm a big Pokemon fan. So that's like something that just everyone knows about me. And so when my friend Bailey started playing Pokemon, they came up to me and they're just like, hey, so I started playing my first Pokemon game. I was like, hell yeah! And they're like, yeah, my coworker recommended X and Y. I'm just like, hell no! I was like, well, try to have fun. And then they messaged me when they had like 6 gym badges and were like, so when does the plot start? Like, that's the fun part. It really doesn't. So they really needed something, so I'm glad that they're finally getting it after all this time. Oh, you like Pokemon? You never said anything about that. Yeah, you're right. I really need to be more clear about that. I need to be more open and honest about my interests. Oh, speaking of my interests, another game I need to play on stream is The Great Ace Attorney 2. Because that's the only Ace Attorney game I have not played. I played the first case to completion, and I think I was in the middle of the second case. When some life stuff happened, and then my hyperfixation switched, and then I never got to it. Because here's the thing. A lot of people love the Great Ace Attorney games. And I played the first one. I did like it. I did genuinely like it. But I could not get into it the same way other people could. But I have also heard that the first game is mostly set up for the second game. And the second game is the one that's, like, really good. So maybe my feelings on it will change once I actually beat the second one. Because I know some people like them. Like, they think that they're better than, like, the main series Ace Attorney games. Which, having only played the first one, I don't agree with. But again, maybe my feelings will change on the second one. So I need to actually get around to playing the second one. Because all of the other ones were absolutely phenomenal. That was also similar to how people felt with, like, the investigations games, where the first one is enjoyable, but it's mostly the second one that's good. And now that I've finally been able to play the second one, I can absolutely agree with that. We got that. The Investigations collection released at such a good time for me because my friend just started, like, they started getting into Ace Attorney at that time. And so, like, my hyperfixation came back full swing. And then one day he messaged me and was like, dude, have you seen the Nintendo Direct? And I was like, no, I just got up. He's like, watch it. You're gonna love it. And so I watched it, and then lo and behold, the Investigations collection was announced. And I was shitting my whole pants. I was like, oh my god. And I can confidently say that the second Investigations game is one of the best Ace Attorney games, period. It was phenomenal. Let me actually color this bit in. Do y'all remember when I did hatching in all of my line art? That was the time. And now I'm just like, I simply do not have the patience anymore. Sorry for anyone who loved that about my art, I just simply cannot anymore. I'm like, I need to be able to do other things in my life than do this fucking line art all day. This song is another. I feel like every single time, like, how many times in this stream am I just gonna stop and be like, man, this song's so good, but I can't help it. I just have a really good taste. What do you want me to do about it? I love hyperfixations, especially when you find a new fanbase and it's surprisingly not super toxic. Yeah, that's great. It's always a good time. I'm trying to think of the least toxic fandom I'm in. It might be Ace Attorney. I remember a time when Deltarune was like, the fandom was super chill. I don't know that it's been that way lately. I do miss the Deltarune fandom back when Chapter 2 was just released. That was such a great time for the Deltarune fandom. Lately I've seen a lot of, like... Oh, hello, friend. Hello? Are you gonna say hi on stream, or are you just gonna make me look like a crazy person? Hello, hello? Guys, I'm not talking to myself, I swear. Hello. I don't have any babies in here, I don't think. Oh. Sorry, I have one baby in here. This is my sister, everyone. Okay, I guess this is not my sister, everyone. Can you close my door? 'Cause I don't know if mom's I don't want mom background noise giving her customers personal information live on my stream. Oh, okay. Well, that does change things. Oh, it'd be like that. Yes. Can you... Yes. Okay. Someone says hi, hello, parentheses, waving emote if it was there. And if... My sister loved that. She's laughing so hard right now. If you listen closely, you can hear her. She's so interested in what's happening right now. She's having a great time. Thank you for making her day, chat. She's like... rolling on the floor, laughing, holding her tears in her eyes. She's loving it. She's doing great. She's having such a good time. That's her crying of laughter. It's so fun, isn't it? Anyways, if you're gonna go laugh out there, you can close my door. No! Me and my sister get along great. What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying, chat. I deeply apologize for my absolute dog shit memory. Tears in the stomach, my eyes are cramping. Exactly, that was her. She was having such a good time. I also might step out in a moment to make some lunch. It won't be too long because I'll just be heating up leftovers, but we'll say after I finish this like chunk of hair right here, I'll step out and heat up some lunch. What sucks is that I've had hyperfixation for pretty niche retro video games that barely anyone knows, so it's hard to find anyone to talk about them. Well, drop them in chat. We'll see if anybody here knows them. I don't play many games. The games that I do play, I play a lot of. Like, I'm sure y'all can relate, but whenever you're hyperfixated on something, it's really hard to get into new media. And so, that's like what it's like, because whenever I'm not hyperfixated on one game I've already played a lot of, I'm hyperfixated on, like, another game I've already played, or another show I've already watched, and that's just how my brain is. It's like you cannot consume anything other than these cycle of 5 things. Like, I remember on, like, when I was playing Deltarune, I kept making jokes about how, like, I'm a gamer. I'm really not. I'm just really good at that game, because I play it too much. I'm really not incredible, I'm really not that great at games. I'm just really good at the games that I already play a lot of. I don't know about the Shenmue series. I've heard of it. I've not played it, but I do know of it. So if that means anything to you, I at least have heard of it. Heard of it once, but I don't actually know what it's about. Same! Alright, well, when it says ads are starting soon, so I think once ads go, I will step out to go grab my lunch. So then that way y'all aren't missing out on much. I think that's a good game plan. I like when I plan things out and am smart. Happens rarely, but when it does happen, ooh boy. How about El Shadi? Shadi? Hey, Shadi. Shadai is what it says, Oliver. I have not heard of that one. I apologize. Hey, Shadi. I need to learn how to read if I'm gonna be streaming. I think that's like a key thing. Alright, ads are in progress. I'll go grab some lunch real quick. I'll be back in a second. Okay, Chad, I have returned, and I have returned with chicken stew. Shout out to chicken stew. It's great. Alright, let's get this music back. As soon as I got up for lunch, I saw that the third Sanctuary was gonna start playing, and I was like, I gotta pause this. I gotta listen to it. I can't leave it playing. Ooh. Anyway, I'm going to try and eat away from the microphone so I don't make any unnecessary slurping noises. Yo, where did chat go? Chat? Chat? Where are you on screen? Are you here? Chat? Where'd you go, chat? Chat disappeared. It'd be like that. Maybe it's just because I changed scenes. Maybe it does that. Anyway, this is a few days ago was actually the first time I've ever had chicken stew. And can confirm, it's pretty good. That definitely could have been microwaved longer. But you know what? Sometimes when you're hungry, you just gotta. Welcome back. Hello. Thank you. I was trying to speedrun dumping this chicken stew in a bowl and microwaving it. Chicken stew speedrun any percent. Okay, and chat is back on. It's just because I switched scenes. Okay, cool. Actually, get rid of that line. I think we're making pretty good progress on this line art. I mean, I feel like I always take a long time on line art in general. Also, a fun fact about this song. Like, I don't know a lot about... I'm a big music fan, but I don't know a lot about, like, the making of music. I kind of just listen to it and I'm like, that's cool. Anyways. So I watched a video about, like, how often the time signatures change in this song. No joke. It's 35 times. I'm like, damn, okay. And, like, obviously I can't confirm that because that's not something I am good at doing. I don't know that sort of stuff. So I just have to, like, trust people on the internet about it. Any tips on line weight? Let me finish my thought first, and then I can try. So obviously, like, I can't confirm that, but if that's true, I saw, like, it was, like, a visual indicator of it, and my god, that's insane. Having a time signature change 35 times in a song is, like, only he would do that. Anyway, tips on line weight. It kind of depends on what, you are specifically looking for. Like, what you need advice on specifically. Obviously, if you are just having trouble getting it, play with, like, different brushes and pen pressure sensitivity on both your tablet driver and the brush settings that you are in whatever program you're using. But if you are just confused as to, like, where to put it, there's a few, like, different ways that you can, like, do that. Like, obviously I had, like, darker spots in, like, these areas where it's, like, two bits that are close together where there would be, like, extra dark shadows. Whenever I'm doing hair, I put thin lines, like, on the inside to sort of, like, indicate, like, strands. And then, how do I explain? I have, like, a thought in my head that, like, makes... Because, like, see how, like, this line is here, but then, like, this line here is darker? In my mind, it makes a lot of sense to put it, like, here, but I can't... I'm trying to think of how to explain why. I guess because, like... If we picture this strand as, like, a 3D object, there would be, like, more shadow over here, and so even though there isn't actually a shadow here, just making this line thicker to sort of, like, emulate that effect. And then, of course, like, if something is closer to you, like, in the foreground, have it be, like, the lines thicker, and then, as something is farther away from the viewer, have the lines be thinner. That's another great one. Then it's also a good thing to do when you're, like, here, I'll give y'all a sneak peek of a drawing that'll be in a video. Unsurprisingly, it is Deltarune fan art. Let's see, where is it? Here we go. It's pretty subtle. Let me get rid of the flats, actually. I think that'll help it. There's, like, thicker lines to help differentiate characters. Like, right here, I have it, like, thicker because Susie's head is on top of Chris's head. And then over here, like, Ralsei's arm is, like, on Susie, so I have, like, a dark outline there to, like, help differentiate those. But yeah, stuff like that. There's a lot of different ways. Oh, that's the reference sheet of the character, by the way. There's a lot of different ways you can do line weight variations. You don't have to have it in your art if you don't want to, but if you do want to, those are some ways you can do it. God, I'm trying so hard not to make gross mouth sounds. Why did I decide to eat one of the wettest foods on stream? In hindsight, that was not a very good idea. No, but yeah, that drawing that I just showed you. If I do get this done, I might work on that. Because when I'm done with the flats and the line... Thank you, I'm trying to get back in the drawing after art school. Draining me, yeah. I did not go to art school, and I'm very glad I didn't, because every single time I hear someone talk about their experience from art school, they're just like, it fucking ruined my life and my relationship with art, and it, like, killed my parents in front of me, and I'm like, damn, well, I'm not gonna go there then. It's like art school found me in a dark alley and beat me up and took my money. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll just stay self-taught then. But I'll work on that Deltarune drawing if I have time. But my goal, again, for anyone who has not been here since the beginning, I want to get all of the line art done and then add the flats. Because after I do that, this is like a cell shade commission, that's what it's all gonna be. After that, I have to make some, like, rendering idea thumbnails to send to the commissioner for them to choose from. And so I'll probably do that off stream, because that requires a little bit more brain power, and I don't often, like, I might do stuff like that on stream in the future, but generally I like to do that off stream since it requires me to think, and I don't know how interesting it would be to watch me sit here silently doing something. Let's get rid of this for a second. But if I have a little bit of extra time after that, maybe I'll work on that Deltarune drawing, but we'll see. I am expecting this to be most, if not all, of the stream. I am planning on streaming... I don't know exactly how long it really is, just... Today it's just however long I feel like it, and that's going to be most of my stream schedule, honestly. I'm planning on going until about 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which right now it's 1:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so a good few hours. But, you know, it might be more, it might be less, we'll see how I feel. In there. And these lines are a little wobbly. Let's see if I can fix those. Yeah, I know. I think with my art, one thing that like people associate with my art style is my line art, because I do very like. What happened here? I'd have very crisp, clean line art, and I'm gonna be so honest, it's just because it never once occurred to me to do otherwise. Back when I was, like, starting to really... Like, I've always been into drawing, but back when I was, like, actively starting to be like, I want to improve my art and find, like, an art style instead of just, like, copying the art style of whatever anime I'm really into at the time. It never occurred to me that you could, like, do rough, sketchier line art, and then by the time I realized that you could, I was like, well, I've just been doing this and this is what I'm good at, so... And that's how my line art came to be. At least that line. I hope you guys are appreciative of the fact that when I do speed paints, I use the Clip Studio time-lapse feature, because whenever I'm streaming, you can see just how often I flip and rotate my canvas. I'm, like, physically incapable of not. And I was like, I think it would be great if I don't give all of my viewers a stroke. I think that's, like, a great YouTube tip. I see a really clean line art as well, and now I feel like it's missing some spice when it's not a little messy. Yeah, whenever even when I do like a textured brush, I still do pretty clean line art. It's just, I don't know, when I say I'm physically incapable of not, it's like, it's not. And it's funny because like I do pretty clean sketches too, so I feel like a lot of the time I could just use my sketch as my line art. And there have been so many times in the past where I'm like doing the line art and people are like, wait, I'm like, okay, time to do the line art. And there's like, I thought you were doing the line art. I'm like, no, that was my sketch. I do want, I mentioned earlier I was fine with not having black and white remakes. I do want an upgraded black and white soundtrack though. Like with modern sound fonts and everything, I think that would be so good. I know we got some of it in Scarlet Violet GLC because there was like some of the black and white songs in there, but it's not the same. A few years ago, I was asked how many sketches I make when I draw, and I was like, one because I keep cleaning it. Yeah, I have 3 sketch layers typically. I'll have one, which is like, I call it like the thumbnail, which is basically just like the super messy. It's when I zoom out, like this, and then I just like make like a super quick rough thing of the pose because it helps me be less stiff. And then I have like the rough pose and then the final sketch, and then I do the line art. And everyone's like, how do you live like this? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I just do. I live in the moment. And that moment is making 3 sketch layers, getting progressively cleaner to the point where I don't need line art, but I do anyway. But I do also, like, whenever I'm sketching, I'll end up making layers that, like, get deleted. Like, if I need to resketch a hand or something, I'll, like, plot something out real quick and then delete it once I am done with it. Like, I'll make, like, a boop, 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 and then I'll make, like, a new layer on top of that, and then sketch it, and then delete this one. So there are even a lot more, like, sketches that get deleted throughout the process. At least everything's on different layers. All over the place, I get new layers and forget, and sometimes draw on the wrong one. Dude, drawing on the wrong layer is like the fucking story of my life. I do that so fucking often. And you would think after all this time I wouldn't, and yet. Let me just get it all up in these pixels again. Guys, look away, we're not on third base yet. You can't see my pixels. Toots, I beg you, this ad is way too long, I'm so sorry. Oopsies. Let's not make this sideways. There we go. Thank you everyone for sitting through that supposedly really long ad. But you know how you can get around that? You can drop a little subscribe. I don't have any emotes. I have the one emote. I really need to make more. I am assuming that, like, as I make more art streams and have, like, more silly fun streams with, like, with people or whatever, just doing fun things, I'll have more emotes, because then I have no problem with, like, sitting down and crafting an emote, but I feel like it's more fun if they just kind of, like, naturally come up, you know? Of, like, things that we like. Like, when I did the Pokemon from memory, everybody loved the Crabrawler. And the moment I drew his face, I loved him. So when I unlocked emotes, I was like, easy, Crabrawler. I only have Prime and drop it to a friend whenever I remember to go on Twitch. is why I never come on Twitch anymore. Damn. Well, if I say I'm your friend, then you can give me your Prime. Hey, friend, buddy, old pal. My good friend who has a Prime subscription. Have my eating noises been annoying you guys? I've been trying to, eat away, like, every time I take a bite, I, like, lean very away from my microphone. I've been trying not to make annoying sounds. Before ad block work on Twitch, now whenever I join a stream, I have, like, the 30 seconds ad. Yeah. I mean, 30 seconds isn't that bad. I'm sure it's better than the supposedly long ad, which, by the way, I meant to ask earlier, and then I realized you were in ads, and then when you were out of ads, I forgot to ask. Because I didn't... You can, like, see how often... Like, you can change how often ads run, and I didn't mess with any of that. It was just, like, on the default, and I don't know how often other streamers have ads running. Is there, like, too many ads, or is it, like, about how often other streamers have their ads? I'm assuming that, like, as you have more, like, subscribers and everything, you can, like, make the ads more spread out. Because obviously, like, the way that you make money is either, like, through ads or subscriptions and bits. So if you have more subscribers, I'm assuming you can put less ads, because then you're making money from the subs, but... yeah, so I don't know if this is, like, the average amount of ads. I was like, I'll just leave it at default for now and then see how that goes. No, I also hate this line, god damn it. I, like, moved my canvas and forgot where I was at. It'd be like that. I love when people do an ad message and there's a 7TV emote that covers the ad word with, like, a pic that's like, there's a subscribe button. Yeah, I should do something like that. That sounds fun. Won't be able to tell you because I think in France people don't do ad breaks and stuff. That's interesting. CSP is so mean to me specifically. Why do my drawings keep corrupting? I've never had an issue with that. That's so strange. I think it really is just out to get you, huh? I mean, the only thing I can really suggest is making sure that your program is up to date and that your computer is also up to date. That's weird. I've never had an issue with my drawings corrupting. As an avid Clip Studio Paint user. I need you all to know I'm so concerned about my, like, annoying people with my stew noises every time I take a bite that I cover my mouth and lean so far away from the mic. Like, I never have an issue with, like, I don't have the mouth noise slash chewing thing that some people do, but I try to keep that in mind for people who are like that. But I'm always like, since it's not my thing, like, since I don't have that issue, I'm like, I don't know what to do about it because it doesn't bother me, so I don't know the solutions. Had that issue is because of how it's saved, I think. Yeah, that could be it. Unless I'm specifically intending on bringing it to a different program, I always save it as just the Clip Studio Paint files. And then if I need to bring it to a different program for whatever reason, I save it as a Photoshop document, but not like the big Photoshop document, just like a regular Photoshop document. And I've never had issues with either, but we don't hear any chewing sounds or anything, don't worry. Sick. But yeah, I would recommend, just for any program really, unless you're intending on exporting it to a different program, just save it as that program's local file because it'll just make it a lot easier. Come on, eraser tool, there you go. I knew you could do it, I knew you had it in you, buddy. Oh, banger. It is occurring to me that many people might not have even heard this song. This is the Mad Mew Mew song from Undertale, but it's a fight that is exclusive to the Nintendo Switch version of Undertale. And it's a great song. Do-do-do. I'll finish this chunk of hair down here, and then I guess I'll work on the hands. PSDs are good if you plan to use CSP and switch to Procreate, for example. Yeah. Like, I have my main, like, my computer with my main drawing tablet, and then I have a tablet that connects to my phone, and then I have my Magic Notepad from XP Pen that I made a video about a while back. And so whenever I'm, like, working on my computer, because I don't have Clip Studio on either of those, because I don't have, like, the subscription thing or whatever. So whenever I switch it over to those, I make I change it to a PSD. And then after I open it, I make a version of it that's, like, that program's local file. So yeah, I would recommend doing that. It just... Ideally, you just want to use whatever file is the program's, like, workshop file, basically. Because obviously that's the one that works best with whatever program that you're using. Even if other files are compatible. Which, by the way, I hope you guys don't miss my other little PNG tuber guy, because there was one, if you haven't seen any of my streams before, my art streams used to have one where it was like a less chibi version with like me holding like a stylus and everything, but I made this one, I whipped this one up so I can use it for like gaming streams, because like it wouldn't make sense for me to have like a drawing tablet stylus in there. But I'm not gonna lie, I really like this little guy. So he's just here now. That's me. It was funny because I many streams ago, someone asked me, when are you going to make a VTuber model? And I was like, I'm never going to make a VTuber model. I don't understand why people assume that all artists are going to become VTubers at some point. And then now I'm like, you know, kind of want to make a VTuber model. So I will say this now, and I will say this now, and I will say it many streams in the future. Anyone who is able to find the clip of me saying I will never make a VTuber model, I will gift you a sub. So be sure. If I will give you, it's before. It's on my YouTube channel, in that stream playlist. Before I started using my PNG tuber, it was when I had Facecam. And it was, I'll double check at another time of like it was also like when I lived in this house, but obviously y'all don't know what that looks like. But just, if anyone finds that clip, I will gift you a sub. Because I do want to make a PNG, or VTuber at some point. And so if I do that, I want to make like a trailer, because I know people do like reveal trailers. I want to make a reveal trailer, but it opens with that clip, because I think that'd be really funny. Alright. Hand time. I hope these hands look good, because I made them up. I didn't use any references. I was like, fully, I'll just... fuck it, we ball. It was one of those days, you know? Actually, I need to make a note. Hold on. Nails. In the reference pictures, I don't know if the nails are colored, but the person did make a point to mention that they want the nails painted black. So I'll just make a note real quick so I don't forget. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy how those work? We believe in your hand skills, streamer. Thank you. Oh my god, this is how bad the brain rot is right now. I saw the way you spelled streamer. I'm just like, is that like dreamer as in Asgore Dreamer? Like from Deltarune and Undertale? Another fun stream I wanted to make, cause I have been really into Alpha Red's VODs of his Deltarune. Oh, I just smacked my mic. I am so sorry. His Deltarune multiplayer playthrough, and I think it would be fun to make like illustrate my favorite parts from that, because it was a very funny series. So I think it'd be fun to make to draw those at some point, and it'd be nice to have a stream of that. That'd be fun. See if I can... no. I was about to say, can we do this line in first try? I keep getting the voicing Deltarune with your friends or whatever videos, and I adore them. Yeah, I love Deltarune. What a game! Like I mentioned it earlier in stream, I've been watching the Snapcube playthrough of it, which, wow, what a delight. But I keep trying to get my sister to play it with me. And I'm driving her crazy with it, because she's played chapters 1 and 2. And she wanted to replay them before playing chapters 3 and 4. So, like, literally every day, I'm like, are we gonna play Deltarune today? Hey, is this Deltarune day today? And she's like, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill you in your sleep. No, but for me, I've been getting a lot of, comic dub recommendations. And those are always fun to watch. I think it would also be fun. I want to do a, because I've seen people, obviously we haven't seen Des yet, and so people have been like making their own Des designs, and I really want to make one. I think that'd be fun. Wasn't there also a 10-year anniversary Undertale concert? I gotta watch that too. Toby's streaming the game, yeah. No, I meant like, not like the playthrough, because I know that there's the playthrough that he's doing with people at Fangamer. I meant like a concert stream, like an orchestra stream. I don't remember if I said that specifically, but that's what I meant. I could have just said stream, which obviously you mentioned it already, Oliver. Good job. You're a smart guy. It would also be nice if I stopped switching to the wrong brush. That'd be great. Uh-oh, I feel a sneeze. Is it gonna happen? It happened. I've been having the thing a lot where I feel like I'm gonna sneeze, and I'm like sitting there for like 10 full seconds waiting for it to happen, and then it's like, just kidding. Oh my god. I thought this was a potato. It was a chunk of chicken. I've been bamboozled. I was not prepared for that piece of chicken. I was like, oh, sweet, a potato. Gen 4 music, my beloved. Like, I know Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were pretty, like, people didn't super love them. But I'm gonna be honest, they're basically just like, the main reason people didn't like them is because they're basically just Diamond and Pearl, but, like, I love Diamond and Pearl. So, like, good for me. I had a great time. And I think it's gonna be so fun playing through it on stream. I should do a poll, because I think what I am gonna do, I'll do one Pokemon game first. And then I'll stream probably Final Fantasy 13. Hopefully, I'm a little worried about that game because on one hand, it is kind of like the graphics are really good. And it is like a more complex, robust game, but also on the other hand, it is a PS3 game that was ported to Steam. But the thing is, I don't know how, like, I don't know if they just ported it or if they, like, updated some things. So I don't know. I'm a little worried about it. But I'm thinking I'll do one Pokemon game and then stream Final Fantasy 13 and then do another Pokemon game. And then a game after that. It's just that's why I remember how you get Spiritomb. Yeah. I think Spiritomb is so cool. I spent, when BDSP came out, I spent like 2 of my real life hours. Cause obviously, like, if you don't know Pokemon, the way that you got this Pokemon Spiritomb in the original, you would go to this, like, underground feature, and basically you would, like, communicate with a player 32 times, like a different player. It could be, like, the same person, but you would have to, like, leave the area and then come back, and then leave the area and then come back. And that's kind of what it's like in the remakes, but instead of a player character, it's NPCs. But, like, the area you have, like, access to is limited when you first have access to it. But then, the NPCs that can spawn are random, and there's, I think, 35 of them. And you need to talk to 32 of them. And I really wanted to play through the game with a Spiritomb. So I was like, I'll just spend all this time going in and out of the underground, trying to get all of them. And it took me 2 hours to get them all, because they're like, they each have, like, a common location that they can spawn, but at the end of the day, they are all random. And so it took so long. I had to, like, write down a list, and it was worth it, though. It was very fun. Having the time of my life in the other grounds? Oh god, yes. And I love the... I forgot what it's called in the remakes, but, like, the changes they did to it in BDSP, I really like it. I thought it was so fun. And it made getting the tree Pokemon so much easier. Alright, I want an actual potato this time. Not any of that chicken shit. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Once I almost pull my earbuds out. Yep, yesterday I decided to catch all of the unknowns because what does the person do that? Parentheses, yes. I do that every time I play through a Pokemon game, don't even worry about it. I am such a completionist for games that I'm obsessed with, and Pokemon absolutely falls in that category. Not to talk about Deltarune for the 80 billionth time this stream, but that is why, like, one of the reasons why I love those games, like Deltarune and Undertale, because I am a person who has to interact with every single pixel on the screen at least once in order to be satisfied. And, Deltarune really rewards you with that. Which is why there's such fun games for me to play. Unlike Pokemon, which does not reward you for it at all. There we go. I am pretty proud of these hands. I did not use any reference for them. I was like, fuck it, we ball. Then I played Earthbound Beginnings and was hit with the you can get sick by talking to NPCs that are just sick. I have never played Earthbound, I didn't know that. I really want to someday because I know that that was like a big inspiration for Toby Fox. So, and like since I'm such a big Deltarune fan, I would really love to play Earthbound. Just to see the inspiration right from the source, you know? Is it also like a bullet hell type game? Because I truly know nothing about Earthbound. Actually, I think I'll get rid of all of this, and then I'll save defining that area in the hand for the rendering stage. Maybe that'll be another... How do you play Earthbound in the year of 2025? It's RPG closer to DQFF in battle. Okay, gotcha. I see. So it's like a... Is it like turn-based combat? Because that I can deal with. I love Pokemon and Final Fantasy XIII, I can deal with turn-based combat. Oh my god, and Deltarune, jeez. I really do only play turn-based combat, huh? I do also want to play more Dragon Quest. I've played one Dragon Quest game. I believe it was 9. If you have the Switch Online Pack, they're on NES and SNES. I do have those. Cool. All right. So it's so doable for me, is what you're saying. I've been meaning to play more of those because I have the NES and SNES stuff on the Switch, but I only use it to play Panels of Pond. So I'm not really, I have like games that I would like to play and then I'm like, anyway, my silly little puzzle game. Mother 3 is fan translated only, so you know how to play those. Got it. Oh my god, do I have any more potatoes? Hell yeah. My running theory is, potatoes are the best food on the planet. That is not to be confused with they are my favorite food, or they are the best tasting food. But when I say potatoes are the best food on the planet, I mean that, you can do so many things with them, and they are always delicious. Like, the potato has so many different forms that you can cook it in, and they always hit. Like, even the worst potato products I've had, it's still, like, a good meal, you know? Potatoes are great. God, another reason I want to play through Sun and Moon. Mr. Guzma. My love. Come on, Arm. Work with me here. We're getting closer. I think if I just adjust this elbow. I have no idea how elbow joints work. I'm gonna be so real with you. Like, I know there's like this kind of shape, but I don't know if they're like in the right direction. Probably the dumbest question to ask, but are you getting Pokemon ZAN released? Funny you should say that, it's actually not a dumb question. Because surprisingly, probably not. For the first time in my life, well, for the first time since not being an adult, I'm probably not going to because, I do want a Switch 2 eventually, but I just don't have the money for it right now. And, like, I am at the age where it's like my mom is struggling on what to get me for Christmas because, like, I'm an adult now. And so whenever I want something, I just buy it. And so I'm like, Mom, for Christmas, help me buy a Switch 2. And so it's like, but like, I'm not gonna be able to get it by release day. Because I was like, if I'm gonna be getting Legend ZA and also a Switch 2 of, like, shortly after, I might as well just wait until I have a Switch 2. So I was gonna get a Switch 2 and then Legend ZA, which... Because Legend ZA comes out in, like, a month, right? I'm definitely not gonna be able to get a Switch 2 by then. So I'm like, for the first time since I've been a kid, I'm gonna have to wait until Christmas to play a Pokemon game. Because as a kid, I would just, like, get them for Christmas, but ever since becoming an adult, I would just buy them myself, which obviously they come out usually in either October or November. So this is the first time in a very long time I have to wait until Christmas. I feel like a child. Alright, we are going to be pulling up on ads again in a minute. When ads do come on, I will probably run to the bathroom real quick, and I don't know, depending on how long the ad is, I don't know if I will be back. So, you know, ZA is one of the games where you can buy the Switch 2 version and play it on Switch 1. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. But also, I have heard that people have had issues of, like, transferring specifically Pokemon save data to their new Switch. Like, they don't have any issues with any other game, like, because you can transfer save data from, like, your Switch 1 to your Switch 2. And I haven't heard people have any issues with any other game, but there's issues with Pokemon games, and they'll just, like, delete themselves, basically. Because when they transfer from, like, Switch 1 to Switch 2, they, like, upload it to, like, a temporary cloud or whatever, and then delete it from the previous system, and then bring it to the new system. But for some reason, after, like, being uploaded to that, like, cloud or whatever, and it, like, deletes from the old system, it just doesn't finish transferring, and then you lose all your save data. I didn't have that problem, thank God. Yeah, I'm so reluctant to do that, because when I say I have about 700 hours of playtime on Pokemon Violet, I mean, I have about 700 hours of playtime in Violet, so I do not want to lose that. And so I don't want to have to deal with that, so I'm probably, just to be safe, I'm probably just gonna wait until I get a Switch 2. Alright, but we are gonna be running up on ads, so I am gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Hello again. Hi, chat. I have... another Shy song, I have to manually play it. I have also returned with a Nutrigrain bar. I can't remember if I've ever said it before. When I was a kid, I fucking hated Nutrigrain bars. I thought they were so disgusting. And now, I'm like, I would love... At any given moment, I'm like, I would love nothing more than an apple cinnamon Nutrigrain bar. So, I don't know how that worked. Guess that's called being an adult. It's called being 25. And it's funny because, like, out of the friends that I have now, I am the oldest by like 1 or 2 years, depending on the friend. Which, first of all, weird. I was always one of the youngest. But also, they'll be like, I'm just expecting to, like, I'm waiting to, like, feel older and more mature. And I'm like, well, that's the fun part. You're not gonna. Like, I am officially in my mid-20s. I don't feel much different from when I just turned 20. That's just it. You're doing fine if you don't feel like that. Like, the way that I have gathered this whole life thing works. You reach 18 and you're like, hell yeah, I'm excited to be an adult. You reach your early 20s. You're like, okay, any day now, I'm gonna be an adult. You reach your mid-20s and you're like, actually, I don't know what's going on. You reach your late 20s and you're like, I hope I figure it out by 30. And then you're 30 and you're like, okay, turns out no one knows what's going on. Adult life is hell, you'll never feel like one. Yep. You'd be surprised how much overlap there is between adult life and, like, little kid life. You never know anything what's going on. You're always just confused about everything. The surprising amount of times where you almost piss or shit yourself. No one prepared me for that. Sometimes you're just, like, out and you're like, there are no toilets available. This is how I die. Like, it comes closer than you would expect sometimes. And you're like, oh, taxes? Yeah, I have to pay those. Do I know how they work? Absolutely not. I just know I have to pay them, otherwise I go to jail. Welcome to being an adult. Especially if you're an American, because instead of sending us a bill, they're just like, we know how much you owe us, but we're not going to tell you, and you have to pay someone to figure it out, and if you get it wrong, you go to jail. You tax evader, and I'm like, this is great, I love this, thank you. This is what I wanted. Do you ever just scroll through your drawing and you're like, I don't know which part to work on now? Let's see, where's my ruffle brush? Is this... I need to make this smaller, first of all. Which one do I have? I was raised in a public, Rathamer's gross, don't use them. Yeah. I was definitely in that, but I was like, no, don't be afraid to use them, just like, wash your hands a little more and stuff. But now that I am a trans person in 2025 America, living in a red state, it really is just, I'll just wait till I get home. Like, there might be danger waiting for me, regardless of which bathroom I use. Alright, we'll do that, and then The US scares me so badly for that, yep. I had one YouTube short I wanted to make, because I wanted to paint on my wallet, because it's a Pride wallet. And I'm just like, I just don't know if I want to risk, whenever I have to make a purchase, I don't know if I want to risk taking this out in fucking Florida during a Trump administration. So I tested out, I did like a little test swatch. My acrylic markers do work on it. I just need to figure out what design I want to do, and then I'll paint on it. Like, I did not want to be stopped in the minute I land to be investigated just for existing exactly. Luckily, I've been taking testosterone long enough that I do pass in most situations. But it is still a very scary, stressful thing that I have to deal with at times. Okay, I've been debating making a video about this for so long. Every single year I'm like, during Pride Month, I'll like, oh, this will be a fun video to make about. But then I just run out of time and I don't. So I'll say it here. I'll tell you the story here in case I never get around to making it. I don't have my ID changed slightly, so I'm just a hot no. Yeah, I don't either. And honestly, with how, I don't think now would be a great time to do it anyway because of all of the things this administration is doing. But here's a story that was very stressful at the time, but I think is very funny now. It was a transphobic experience that I had with a homeless man. So I used to live in this apartment that was like really close to a plaza that had like a Publix and some other stuff in it. And so whenever I needed something throughout the week, I would just go there and like get something. I had like a little mini shopping cart that I would like take with me. Because before my sister, like, got older, and, like, this was back when my sister was in high school, so, like, she didn't have a job. And now, like, one of her financial responsibilities is, like, pet supplies. But before she did that, that was, like, my job. And so I would usually have, like, a little shopping cart that I would use to, like, push cat litter and stuff. But anyways, I would go there. There's this, like, homeless guy that I would see every now and again. And, like, I recognized him because he would, like, hang out in that plaza and stuff, and then I would, like, give him money, like, a couple of dollars whenever I had it. And so I didn't really know who he was, but I knew of him, and he knew of me because I would, like, occasionally give him money. And then, one day, like, I saw him when I was walking back from the store. And this was also, by the way, before I was taking testosterone, so I was very baby-faced. This was back when I was like 19, I think. So I was walking back from the store and I came across him. I said hi to him, and I was like, I'm sorry, I don't have any money today. And he was like, oh, that's okay. And then he asked me if I was in school, because it was like midday on like a school day. And I was, like, used to that because I have always looked younger than I am. Uh-oh, I shouldn't have merged that yet. I have always looked younger than I am, and so it didn't really, like, throw me off. I was like, no, I graduated. And then, I didn't realize at the time that he was walking closer to me. I didn't- the curse of the baby face, so true. I've always been like that. And I didn't realize he was walking closer to me until he put his hand on my shoulder. And I was like, oh god, what's happening? So like he put his hand on my shoulder, and he was like a big guy, and I'm like a little guy. I don't know if I'm 5'4" or 5'5", but I'm around there. I weigh about like 115-ish pounds, so I'm not very big. I'm, in fact, rather small. And he was, like, probably around, like, 5'11"-ish, and, like, wider. And so he put his hand on my shoulder, And he was just like, no, you be a good girl now. And I'm like, And at first I thought that, like, because again, this was before I was taking testosterone, I was very baby-faced, and so I was like, okay, well, maybe he just, like, doesn't know. And he's, like, trying to be nice. But he was like, you be a good girl now. No, God doesn't make mistakes. And I'm like, yeah, whatever you say, man. And I honestly, at that point, I kind of, like, blacked out. And I was just, like, agreeing with everything that he was saying, because I was like, I need to leave this scenario, because this man is, like, fully capable. Like, he can just throw me over his shoulder and walk away with me, and there's nothing I can do about it, because I'm just a little guy. And so I was basically just, like, agreeing with everything he was saying, and then when he was done, like, power walked away with my fucking mini shopping cart of cat litter and milk. So that was my experience with that. What the fuck? Yeah. That's what that was. That's what my thought was on repeat over and over again. Tell me you never saw him again. Thank God I never saw him again. I would see him regularly, but that was the last time I ever saw him. Thank God, because if I had to face him again after that, I don't know what I would do. It's such a nightmare scenario. That's scary as fuck. I would have avoided that spot for the rest of my life. Yeah, unfortunately I could not, because that was like the place I had to go to get like basic life necessities. But yeah, it was like super scary in the moment. But now that I think about it, I'm just like, that was weird and funny and strange. So I'm glad you never saw him again. Yeah, thank God. Genuinely, I have no idea what I would do. Every time I had to go there, because it's not like I would have to go there pretty regularly. Like, at least twice a week I would end up going. And so I was like, oh, thank God. I don't know where he went, but he's not here, and that's what matters. I was a bit nervous it was going to take a different turn. Yeah, thank God it didn't, because that very easily could have went bad. I think the weirdest / funniest encounter I had was someone at the blood donation center. I think the funniest one that I've had, this was like around the time I had just started taking testosterone. So I had like some changes, like my voice had started to change. Uh-oh, it says we're buffering. We good? Are we here? Are we alive, chat? Are we good? Hang on, let me try refreshing. It could just be a me thing on my end. I got scared. Uh-oh. Are we back, chat? Are we here? If you can hear me in chat, show me the Crabrawler emote. I just like to see him. I just think he's neat. They're asking people in the streets, and I think as a trans person, you cannot donate blood in France if you're on hormones. True. We're back? Okay, cool. I don't know if you can donate blood if you're trans here. I know for a while you couldn't if you were gay. You'll transfer the gay to people. It runs in your blood. But anyways, this was like a while after I had, I was taking testosterone for not super long. But long enough to where like some changes have happened. Like my voice was starting to change and everything, and like my face shape was starting to be a little bit different. Oh, there he is! The Crabrawler! He's here! Okay, thank you. But I had to go to urgent care because I had like some sort of ear thing. I thought it was an ear infection. I don't remember what it was. It's whatever now. it was a while ago. But, like, when you go there, obviously, like, they have to, like, ask if you're taking, like, any prescription medication. So then that way, if they prescribe you something, they don't give you something you're not supposed to take, you know? And so he asked if I was, like, taking, like, the nurse who was seeing me, he asked me if I was, like, taking any prescription medication. And I told him about, like, the antidepressants I was taking. And, like, I could tell that he didn't know if I was, like, trans or not. And he, like, didn't feel comfortable just, like, asking me. So he was, like, trying to, like, ask me without asking me, you know? So, like, I told him about that. Like, he just... And then he was like, is there, like, are you taking any... Is there anything else? Are you taking anything else? And I was like, yeah, I do, testosterone injections. And he was like, got it! I'm like, cool. He was cool. It was a very cool guy. It was just funny. It was like... Because... Obviously, it's like, if you don't know how you should refer to someone, you just ask, like, hey, what are your pronouns? But I could tell that he, like, didn't know that, and also was, like, trying not to, like, ask me without being rude. It was very funny. Just the way, like, literally just the way, he literally, after I said I was taking testosterone injections, he was just literally, like, got it. Like, it all makes sense now, it's all coming together. It's very funny to me. It says my connection is unstable all of a sudden. I don't know why that is. I have asked and thing. My friend I was with couldn't donate blood because he had cancer before. I said I couldn't either. And he's like, oh dude, you have cancer too? Damn, RIP. That's funny. Welcome home to Adlan, yeah. Again, wanna know how you can get around these ads? With a 6 subscription. Maybe you'll have more incentive to subscribe after I make some emotes. Like, here, you can subscribe so you can use the no emotes that I have. Isn't that fun? That's a real perk for you. Damn, that Nutri-Grain bar was good. I'm back, and yo, welcome! You've been freed from the ads. Alright. Anything else here? Do I need to... No, we're good. Alright, gotta make this brush a lot smaller for these ruffles. It's a little too small, actually. Oh, nope, still too big. Maybe a little bit bigger than that. I think that's the one. And then maybe we'll rotate this a little bit. I think I want... Let me select this layer. Make that invisible. Can I adjust the line size without it looking stupid? Not narrow. Thicken at least 1 pixel. Make it a little bit smaller. No, I think I'll just hand do it in some places. Right into the fact that multiple people assume I'm gay but never ask. They're like, I know what you are. Funny thing is, when I got my first t-shirt, they asked if it was because I had like not enough of my body, and I was like, no, I'm trans and they're baffled. Dude, that's the ideal right there. I had no before I took testosterone, I had no shot of passing. I passed so poorly. Like, longtime viewers of mine remember how my voice sounded If you're curious, you can go on my YouTube and find it. I had such a baby voice and a baby face, and like I'm short and scrawny. So like there was no way I would be able to pass. Like I've never passed once without testosterone. It was all good until I opened my mouth. It'd be like that, yeah. It's always the voice that gets us. But now I passed pretty good. On YouTube comments, I'll occasionally get someone misgendering me. And like when I first started taking testosterone, like it would have been nice for my voice to have gotten a little deeper than it did, I think. But also, I kind of went into it knowing that that wasn't really in the cards for me. I remember commenting that your voice after a bit jump scared me by how deep it was, well thank you. Yeah, I did get a lot of people at one point being like, I haven't watched your channel in a while, and I came back and oh my god. Your voice got very deep, that's super nice. Compared to where it was, definitely. In the grand scope of voices, it's not a deep voice at all, but compared to how my voice was, it did get very deep, which is nice. But like the men in my voice and my family on both my mom and dad's side of the family don't have particularly deep voices. So I knew I wasn't like... I knew not to go into it being like, man, I want to sound like the guy from the Allstate commercials, because I knew that that wasn't gonna happen, regardless. But in real life, I pass a lot because I also knew that I would get a lot of body hair. Because the men, at least the men in my immediate family, like my dad and my brother, are very hairy individuals, so I knew that, like, once my body hair started growing in, it would, like, really come in. So I have, like, my facial hair now, which helps a lot with passing. It also helps me actually look more my age. Because since taking before I took testosterone, most people wouldn't even realize that I was, like, not a teenager, let alone in my 20s, because I started taking it when I was 21. And before taking testosterone, I would be lucky if someone thought I was, like, 15. And then after I started taking testosterone, people would probably think I was, like, about 18. And now that I have my facial hair, I feel like people can actually read that I'm in my 20s. You know, obviously it's not ideal that I'm not, like, people are always shocked to learn that I'm 25, which obviously isn't ideal, but you know what? Given everything else, I'll take it. One of my siblings is on teen, they just sound like they have a cold all the time. That is what it's like at first, like when you're first getting used to your voice, because it's not just about, like, the pitch of your voice lowering. You also have to get used to, like, kind of speaking in a new way. Because it's when your voice starts to drop, it's much more comfortable speaking from, like, the chest and, like, the lower part of your throat. But before you take testosterone, odds are you're probably just speaking naturally in a higher pitch. Because that's what comes naturally to your body. And so, like, adjusting to that change physically is another part of it that people don't always talk about. I think we're good there. I need to outline this bit. Oh, why is it randomly clicking in? I don't love that. People still think I'm young. It's so funny, but like, oh, you're so young. I'm just like, what the fuck? You're not barely older than us? And then I learned I'm actually 5 years older. Yeah. It'd be like, people are always, never without fail, people are always shocked to learn that I'm 25 when they're just getting to know me. Like, I remember, because I'm from New York originally. And so for Christmas and stuff, sometimes we'll fly back up there to like see family and friends for the holidays. And there have been times where I was like traveling by air alone, and whenever you're traveling alone, people just assume that you're old enough to do that. But, you know, it was me and my family going back for the holidays, so it was like me, my brother, my mom, and my sister. We were all going up there. And when we were going through security, the lady didn't even ask me for my ID. And when I handed it to her, she was baffled. She did the thing where she looked at me and like shook her head a little and like blinked kind of. She did that. And I'm like, yeah. I once got hit with the I thought you were like in middle school and just dude, I finished high school. Yeah. It happens. Definitely, it doesn't happen a lot to me anymore now that I'm like taking testosterone, but before that, it was definitely like people would be assume that I was like a freshman in high school, if anything. Taking notes from my train OC about the voice stuff. Hell yeah! I'm always happy to talk about my trans experience. Y'all ever been hit with the needs a kids menu despite being 20? No, because I feel like it is a pretty common. I've never been like. I feel like it's a common thing for like middle schoolers and stuff to like eat off of like the adult menu and everything. I'm absolutely scared to buy alcohol and get carded because it would out me. Yeah, I am so happy that I don't drink or smoke because what is this random line that is here? It's like super faint. I don't know if y'all can even see it. Oh man, there's so many random little bits. What is happening here? Let me actually just... But I did have to buy, oh, what is happening? My tablet is like... selecting things. My pen is not even on the screen. Interesting. How do I fix that? How do I fix that? I remember I had that issue a while ago, but I don't remember how I fixed it. Digital pen. Display. But yeah, I did have to, one time my mom did ask me, I had to go to the store for something, and so my mom did ask, she asked me to get her some cigarettes while I was out. And I was very worried that they would think my ID was fake. Oh, first time chat? Hell yeah. Do bloobly doo boob. Truer words have never been said, dude. You're so real for that. Maybe if I administer privileges, that'll help. Yep. Yep. Cool. We good? I didn't break the stream. Nope, it's still doing that. Well. Cool. How do I get around? How? Hold on. Okay, let me look up this real quick. I remember I had this issue before, but I don't remember how I fixed it. Here, tablet draws with hovering pen. My mom's jeans house is all looking younger than we are. Yeah, that's I get it from my mom too. Oh, insert the pen nib. I think that is what I did. Uninstalling the driver. Unfortunately, it's not an option at the moment. I think I replaced the pen nib, now that I think about it. Alright, well we'll try that and hope it works. Gonna do the old thing you would do with video game, like Game Boy games, and just blow into it to get all the dust out. Never got carded by cigarettes from my mom. They don't card people in France. Yeah, I feel like in America, it really depends on where you are. Like, I think in Florida, people generally care a lot less about it. In New York, it felt like they were more on top of that sort of stuff. Are we good now? Are we good? Alright, at the very least it was a good temporary solution, because we are working now. Ooh. Okay, now I can go in and delete. I don't even know if you guys can see. It's like a 1 pixel width line, but it's bothering the hell out of me. Alright. We do. It is working now. Love to hear it. Have you watched The Amazing Digital Circus? I have not. I feel like you'd like it. I feel like I would too. I just haven't. There are so many things that I feel like I would like and then don't consume because I'm too busy consuming the same shit I've already seen a billion times. Like my sister bought a Crunchyroll subscription, and so she shared her password with me so I could like also use it. I've watched Fairy Tail 3 times and nothing else. That's... So, if you ever need a key into what it's like in my life, got carded buying alcohol with my stepdad for my mom's birthday card when I didn't have a card. I was 11. Yeah, like 4 separate workers asked me if that was my dad because they thought I was kidnapped. Damn. Digital Circus watch party where we all come together and binge the series. Not a bad idea. Don't they have like watch parties on Twitch? Isn't that a thing? Like sometimes people will, usually the people who own the IP will like stream it. I know Pokemon's been doing that lately with like the classic movies. Alright, this needs to be bigger now. Can really, because I've been consumed by a Jekyll and Hyde fandom since January. It really be like that, dude. Like, I have been doing nothing but consuming Deltarune content. And then, back when I was, like, super into Fairy Tail, literally, I made a joke in one, I think it was my sketchbook tour where I drew a lot of Fairy Tail. I made a joke where, like, as soon as I finished it, I just went straight back to episode 1, but that's literally what it was like. Credits rolled, waited a minute, scrolled all the way back to episode 1 and started it again. And that's on Neurodivergence. I need to do that every time I want to watch something. I suck at watching things. Dude, same. Like, it's so hard to explain to, like, neurotypical people, but it's like, if I am not consuming something about my hyperfixation, I feel physically and mentally unwell. And it makes me feel crazy. I meant to ask this, but are you okay with people adding you on Blue Skies with fan art? Yeah, absolutely. I always love when people send me fan art. Whether it's of my characters or they tag me in something that... Don't do it like a lot. Like, don't... If there's like a creator who makes a lot of... Like, I'm super into Deltarune fan art right now. So if there's like a person who draws a lot of Deltarune fan art, don't like at me in all of their posts, because that's very annoying. But you can, if there's a drawing that you think I'll like, feel free to at me. And then of course, if you draw fan art of me or any of my characters, absolutely at me. I would love to see it. Hello? Deselect key? Can I deselect? Oh, is it? Yeah. I am a chronic saver, but sometimes when I'm streaming it takes forever for Clip Studio to actually save, and then the save thing is appearing in a different window, so I don't know it's saving. And it was like, did my Clip Studio just break? Backflips, okay, awesome. Yeah, I don't go on my phone during stream. So if you do it during stream, I won't see it until after the stream, but I will see it eventually. I have been really enjoying Blue Sky because it's like, I don't know what it is that's like so different about it, but it's like I enjoy scrolling through it, but it doesn't like catch me the same way Instagram and Twitter did, as in like I won't be scrolling on it. I'll be like, I'll go on my, I have some free time, I can scroll for a second, and then I end up scrolling for hours. Blue Sky doesn't do that. I'm like, okay, I'll scroll for a little bit, and then I scroll for a little bit, and then I get off my phone. It's so nice. Like, I don't know if it's just like a different mindset with me, or if there's something algorithmically different with it, but it's nice. I enjoy it. Watch a streamer watch 2 seasons of a show while we did art. Like, the whole show was on YouTube. It was so fun. Yeah, that sounds so good. I would love that. We need to get on that stuff. Forgot that they start playing ads on Twitch. Yeah, it'd be like that. If you don't want to watch ads, you can maybe subscribe. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. It's just an idea. Just an idea. Oh my god, this song, wanna hear a funny thing about it? This is Blue's theme from Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. The actual song is like a 40-second loop, but I loved it so much, I was like, I need to find someone who made an extended version of it. But like not, cause you know how it'll be like, this one song played on an hour loop. I needed, luckily I was able to find one for like 3 minutes, which is like a regular song length, but it was so good. You watch Metabots if you know that show. The season 2 finale was on drugs. I don't know that show, actually. I've never even heard of it. But good for you. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I have like a lot. I literally have a list on Crunchyroll of shows I want to watch, and it has like 50 shows on it. But I'm like, how about I watch Fairy Tail again? That sounds really good to me right now. And every single time I am watching Fairy Tail and my sister comes in the room and she sees me watching it, she literally is like, are you kidding me? I'm paying extra so you can have an account on my Crunchyroll account, and all you do is watch the same fucking show you've already seen and can watch without Crunchyroll because you have most of it on DVD. And I'm like, yeah, but now it's on my phone. So I gotta watch it again. So by the way, completely random thing, but popped into my head, because I remember back when I started playing Deltarune on stream, I toyed with the fact that, like, I was like, I might do the weird route on stream, but I don't really know. Because with regular Deltarune, you can just, like, play it and go, but I feel like if you're doing the weird route, it's basically a prerequisite that you have to know stuff about it. It's like so hard to do it. Like, it's such a specific route that it's so hard to do it just on its own. So I was like, I'll play like the regular one first, and then I'll look into the weird route stuff, and then if I'm feeling into it, I'll do it on stream. I'm gonna be so real with you, chat. I don't think I have the emotional strength to go through with that. Like, the scene that really got me And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I do apologize, but the scene that really got me, like, obviously the stuff that happens in Noelle's bedroom with her, that's very disturbing and upsetting, but the one that really got me is the scene right after where Chris goes into the bathroom and then throws the soul into the trash can and just repeatedly kicks it because they're just, like, so upset with us. Like, that gutted me. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. Yeah, I haven't played about Heroes Fucked Up. Oh yeah, it's, like, so upsetting. Like, it's a really cool route. Like, narratively, I think it's a really cool thing to have in the game. I don't think I can do it emotionally. I'm so attached to these characters. I want the best for them. Like, here's the thing. I did the weird route, or I did the sword route on stream, right? So, like, in Chapter 3, when I do, like, the whole thing to get the Shadow Mantle, they have the right to be upset with us, we deserve it, absolutely. Like, I did the whole thing with the Shadow Mantle on, stream, and then I also had, like, my personal playthrough, so, like, after stream I would go and do it myself, and then I would, like, let y'all know if I found anything interesting or, like, any other secrets. And I did the sword route also in my personal playthrough, and then afterwards I found out, because at the part where, like, the little mini Chris comes out of the TV, and then actual Chris is like, what the fuck? I assumed you just had to walk towards them, and obviously they get very upset and they, like, back up, and they're, like, very traumatized by it. I assumed that that's what you had to do. I didn't know that you could just, like, fully walk out of the room as the sprite and leave them alone. And I had already done that in, like, my personal playthrough, where, like, I walked towards them and everything. And when I found out that you didn't have to do that, I was so upset by it that I deleted my entire personal save file and started over. I was like, I could start the chapter over, but no, the whole thing is tainted. We gotta throw it all away, put it all in the trash, get rid of it. And I'm like, if I felt bad doing that, I don't think the weird route's really for me, y'all. I gotta be so honest. Like, I definitely want to watch someone play it, but I cannot do it. I'm just so attached to these little guys. I love them so much. Like, I think something that Deltarune is very, very good at, and even, like, in Undertale, like, it's so good about getting you to care about characters. But there's something about the weird route that feels very different from Genocide. Too wholesome. Yeah, I'm not a wholesome person, I wouldn't say. With them I am. I love them dearly, and I want the best of them. I don't want to upset them at all. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna do the weird route. But there's something about, like, I don't know what it is, but doing the Genocide in Undertale, like, I did that a few years ago as, like, a Halloween stream. I know nothing about the weird route besides the fact that Chris deserved to want us to be dead. Yeah, they do not like us. Rightfully so, because, again, everything you do in that chapter, super fucked up. But, like, I did as a Halloween stream a few years ago, I did Genocide in Undertale. And, like, I don't want to say I didn't feel anything, but it didn't feel as gruesome as the weird route. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know if it's, like, I'm just more attached to the Deltarune characters and it's just as simple as that, or if, like, other people also feel like that. But I cannot do the weird route. I can't do that to them. They mean so much to me, dear God. Especially after playing 3 and 4. Like, I have on one of my secondary profiles on my Switch, I have a profile, like, saved right before each secret boss, and sometimes I'll just go there and fight them whenever I'm bored. And I had one that was, like, also saved right before the Neo Spamton fight in Snowgrave, because he's like the final boss in there, obviously. I even deleted that one. I was like, we can't have that on this console. No siree. Get it out of here. Yeah, since I am watching the Snapcube playthrough, I do think she played through... I was looking through the playlist. I do think she played the weird route, so... I will watch that. And then never do it myself. But, like, is that just me? Like, does weird route feel very different from Genocide? Because, like, I could do Genocide. I physically cannot bring myself to do the weird route. I love them too much. Those are my silly guys, parentheses, gender neutral. Let me hide this for a moment. Oh, what is this? Get out of here. So wait, Tubby doesn't drop the twist until it's too late not to feel so much guilt. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I feel like with Snowgrave, it was, like, when it was just chapters 1 and 2. Like, obviously there isn't any of it in chapter 1, so it was chapter 2, and I think it was just like, oh, this is interesting, there's a secret route! And it's, like, darker, it's like the genocide of Deltarune, and then you get to chapter 4, and it's like, no, can I back out of no, I don't want to do this anymore, I don't think. And I do think it's, like I mentioned that knowing about it, like knowing how to do it is basically a requirement, because like it is very specific, and I think that just like goes to further show that it's like such an unnecessary thing to do. Like, you really gotta go out of your way to do it, and I think narratively that's really cool, especially with like the whole prophecy thing about how like fate is decided and you have to like actively like do things that the game is like telling you not to do, or like pointing you away from doing, or making it so that like you don't even like really think of doing it. You know, it's like, I think it's really interesting. And I'm never gonna do it. I can't. But I'm so excited for more. I did know in the newsletter it did say, Toby Fox did say that like it's still gonna the next chapter is still gonna be out in 2026, but probably not the first half of 2026, which I assumed. I just basically assumed that like every chapter is going to be a bit longer than the previous chapters. So I kind of assumed that it wouldn't be early 2026, but I'm still very excited for it. Especially because, like, Chapter 4 was so good. Like, I think if I was doing, like, a tier list of, like, if I was, like, organizing the existing chapters, by, like, my favorite to least favorite, which I do genuinely, I loved all of them. I've played all of them multiple times. I think they're all great. But Chapter 4, for sure the best one, and I think that's, like, the general consensus. Like, this, obviously the stuff with Gerson is so good, and we get more of, like, the prophecy, and we have more... I think people always assumed that we would have to, like, go against the prophecy, but now that that's a clear, like, okay, we have to, like, actively go against the prophecy because something horrible is going to happen. That's, like, super cool. The music was incredible. Visually, it was stunning. Like, Chapter 4 all around. Obviously, we had some very cute Susie and Noelle. Loved them. And then after that, I would say Chapter 2. Cyber City is so cool. I love all of the weird little freaks that you fight. And then Queen is just amazing. And then I would put 1. Very fun chapter. And then 3. There's nothing... It's not, again, not a bad chapter. I just feel like the Legend of Tenna segments went on a bit too long. Like, if it was one board dedicated to the Legend of Tenna, I think that would have been perfect. And then, like, the second board can be something else. Because he did enjoy, like, one thing that Tenna loved was when Chris and Azrael would play video games. But another thing that he mentioned a lot was, like, watching TV with the family and everything, which obviously the little, like, physical challenges were supposed to be that, but it felt very disproportionately represented. Like, I feel like if one board was more focused on, like, starring in a TV show, and then another board was focused on playing the video game, I think that would have worked a lot better. But just the fact that, like, both boards were The Legend of Tenna, and then also, to get the Shadow Mantle, you had to play more, not Legend of Tenna. Like, it just felt like it went on a bit longer than it should have, and I think, like, I had more fun with it after the Legend of Tenna segments were finished, you know? But I did really like it, and then, of course, Tenna himself, incredible no notes. But yeah, that's my Deltarune, tier list. I think it also doesn't help that, like, Chapter 3 was a fun chapter, but Chapters 4 and 2 are the best ones, in my opinion, and so I think having it sandwiched between those two absolutely incredible chapters, I think it maybe would, like, be a little bit higher on the list or something. Like, if it was, like, Chapter 1, and then the Chivia World segment, and then the Cyber World segment, and then Chapter 4, I think it would make Chapter 3 a bit stronger. But I also have a list of fan art I want to make. Some of it stuff directly from the game, some of it not. One thing that because I love, as you guys can all probably tell, I love designing outfits, even for, like, existing characters. So I want to design outfits for the Deltarune gang, which I have already started doing in my free time. Starting with Noelle, because she's my favorite to draw. There's, like, one outfit that's basically just a one-for-one interpretation of, like, their main outfit, one that's, like, a more detailed and, I guess, extravagant version of their outfit, and then just one where I go crazy and do whatever I want. So I want to do those, and then I also want to draw a bunch of scenes. I want to draw a bunch of scenes from the game. Like, the Noelle and Susie with the guitar. That was so cute, it made me want to vomit. Which, I want to know if you guys feel the same about this. But, because, like the average neurodivergent person, I'll hyperfixate on something for a while, and I get super into it, and then it shifts to something else, and then eventually I'll come back to that original thing. And that's what it was like with Deltarune. And when I came back to Deltarune, I was so surprised and kind of confused on the influx of Susie and Chris shipping. I'm like, I'm not sure where this came from or how we got here, and I was very confused. Because I've seen a lot of, like, that, and then, like, people talking negatively about Susie and Noelle as a ship. Which was so weird, because they used to be, like, the ship. And I don't know if they, like... I don't know if I can confidently say that they are no longer the most popular ship, but I've seen more people talk negatively about them than I ever have before. And I'm like, I don't understand how this happened. Especially with Chapter 4. Like, that shit was so cute. And I just need to know if I'm the only one confused. Like, there's nothing wrong with the ship. And, like, shipping is such a non-serious thing, and I don't care if people, like, ship it or not. I'm just confused as to how it got that popular, you know? God, Cynthia. The woman that you are. I remember when BDSP was coming out, people were like, they're probably gonna make her easier, and then they're like, kidding, we'll give her all our Pokemon perfect IVs. And we were like, okay, cool. Thank you for that. That's what Cynthia needed. To be more difficult. Which, honestly, I'm glad they didn't nerf her. Because she's probably, to this day, still the hardest Pokemon champion to beat. It would have been really disappointing if they made her battle a cakewalk. Oh wait, no, hold on. Kidding, that's not the part that I erase. Okay, turns out I didn't need to draw all these ruffles. Because they're just gonna get erased. Good for me. I'm so smart. I love wasting my time. Nope, nope, undo, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I gotta erase this. I don't think their arm should be going through their hair. Alright, what hair do I think these strands. Ooh, banger! These ones right here. And this over here. Ugh. A bit of a random question, but I'm curious. When y'all do line art, what stabilizers you're— oh no, I just got rid of that line. It was so good. Damn it! Anyway, when y'all do line art, what's your stabilizer normally on? Because I feel like mine is disgustingly high. But I can't work without it being disgustingly high. Just give me a number. I'm curious. Because I know mine is way, like, higher than average. But I cannot function without it being this high. That's how I get them clean, crisp lines. I think the average is maybe, like, 10. Never been able to get the stabilizer to work for me, so I raw dog it? Damn. Well, my stabilizer is on 40, so... We're not the same. Like, if I do a stabilize, like, at least with this, it kind of does depend on, like, the brush you're using, but with this pen that I have, that I use, this is one that I like, it's just the default G pen that I edited the settings on. With this one in particular, at least, if it's any lower than 40, I'm like, I cannot. Built different, technologically impaired. I'm not a tech expert either. I'm just I don't know, I just... every time I try to do it with a low stabilizer, I'm like, I can't draw all of a sudden? Hello? It's crazy that you don't use any stabilizer, though. That's unheard of for me. And I'll come back to those. I'll do this part over here before I forget. And I'll use the paint bucket for that later. I guess go between digital and physical too often for it to make a difference. That's fair. I want to do more traditional art, and I do have more, like, videos and stuff for traditional art planned. I would love to do traditional art streams. I just have no idea how, like, physically how I would set that up. I need to play that around with that because the camera I have, I don't know how to hook it up to my computer. I have tried so many times in the past and I just cannot make it work. And then my webcam I think was fine for like a small face cam in the corner, but I have to play around with it to see if I can make the quality like look better for a traditional art stream, because I would love to do some like sketchbook streams. And I know other people would also really like for me to do sketchbook streams. I just have no idea how to like make that possible. But we'll figure it out at some point. Speaking of traditional art, though, my mom crochets, and so we went to Michael's together yesterday, and I got a sketchbook on clearance for $8. It was normally $20. It was a Canson sketchbook. Called like Canson Graduate or something, I don't know. But it was $8 and it looked completely fine. They're probably just doing like, they probably just put it in clearance to like clear out stock for the upcoming holidays. But I was like, don't mind if I do, because if there's anything else I need, it's another blank sketchbook to go on my shelf that I'll get to in maybe 3 or 4 years. He said we love Michael's clearance. It is the danger zone. God, it's so good. You do be finding some really good shit there sometimes. Actually, make it darker up here. Okey-dokey. Back to these strands. Cancer graduates are pretty neat. Use their mixed media and it held up quite a bit. I don't remember what kind of paper that one is actually. I just saw it and I was like, never mind if I do. So I snagged it. I was like, this is mine now. Oops. That's fine. Merge that. Here's also a line art question for you guys. When you do line art, do you like... Because I work on like 2 layers at a time, basically. I'll have like my main line art layer, and then I'll have one so I can like go over like this, and then I erase it. And then I like merge them down as I go, and then when I'm finished, it'll just be like one line art layer. Do y'all also do that, or do you just work on one layer from the beginning? Oh, saving recovery information. Thank you, Clip Studio. Perfect way to make room for more. Any sketchbook hoarders, letting my niece and nephew use them too. Yeah, my niece is 2. But someday I can give her a sketchbook. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, I have like the main series Pokemon games and like their music in this playlist. But I'm in the process of like listening to a bunch of the side games. Wanna know what game has an unexpectedly banger soundtrack? It's called like Pokemon Learn to Type Typing Adventure or something. It's a game for the DS that teaches small children how to type. Tell me why that soundtrack goes so fucking hard. Like, it does not need to go that hard, and yet it's like so good. If you have some spare time, look up like Pokemon Learn to Type OST. I don't know if that's exactly what it's called, but you'll find it. And my god, that OST is amazing. Like, what if these small children learning to... They can't even listen to it because they're trying to figure out how to spell banana. Why are they grooving so hard? A new chore playlist unlocked? Hell yeah. Do it. It's amazing. Let me look up specifically the song that I love from it. It's a banger. I'm like, there is no reason for it to go this hard. What are we doing? Let's see. There's my Pokemon music. Viewful playlist. If YouTube will load, that would be incredible. Let's see. Where are you at? Where are you at? There's a few of them, but the boss battle. The boss battle, it's Learn with Pokemon Typing Adventure. That's what it's called. There's a lot of great songs in there, but the boss battle theme goes so hard. And I need you all to listen to it. Because it's like, we don't need this typing game to have this awesome of music. But I'm happy it does. But yeah, once I listened through all of the side Pokemon games that I want to like see if they have good music in them, I am gonna start adding Ace Attorney music and then Final Fantasy 13 music. And then after that, we'll see what other games I play that I can add music from. Come on. Come on. We did it. I do like how artists all have that moment where they feel weirdly accomplished for making a straight line. Or a line that, like, actually looks nice. Like drawing the same line 20 times. Oh, that's actually fine. We got it in one. That never happens. Whoops. God, I hate it when you make like a straight line on the canvas and then you don't realize it until it's like too late to just simply undo, and then you have to go through all of your 80 layers to figure out which layer. Are you, first of all, are you guys like uses way too many layers kind of artist, or I use like 3 maximum kind of artist? Because I certainly use a lot. I've tried to like cut down, like when, especially now that I like do more cell shaded stuff instead of like fully blended and rendered stuff. I tend to use a little bit less, but I still use a lot. And I know people tend to not have their layers like labeled and organized, but I have to. Otherwise, I will never know what layer is what. Way too many, I had to stop using Procreate because of their limit, yeah. That is the one, now that I'm using like my phone and like my Magic Notepad more, that is an issue I am coming across with like mobile and like portable tablet apps, is like the layer limitations. Because I also, basically it's like the bigger the canvas size is, you'll have, like, the more layer limitations you'll have. And obviously, since I'm going to be using that stuff for work and stuff, I want to have, like, 300 DPI, which limits your layer stuff, like, your layer count by a lot. So far, Infinite Painter has a pretty good, oh, I just did all of this on the wrong layer. Whoops. Infinite Painter has a pretty good, like, they're pretty good with that, but it still does have, like, its limitations. So whenever I do that, I mostly use those for sketching, and then I'll, I'll, like, do line art and everything on my main tablet on my computer. Linear is activated, trying to finish the Phoenix games this week. My friend just had a last trial to Burst Turnabout. Yeah, it's so... The Edgeworth, the Edgeworth investigation games are great. I can definitely recommend that. The first one, I would say the biggest appeal for those is just watching the characters interact. Like, I don't think the cases themselves in the first investigation game are anything crazy or anything to write home about. It's mostly watching Edgeworth and his assistant and Gumshoe and the rival stand-in, like, watching them all interact with each other. That's, like, the biggest highlight. But the second one is phenomenal. I have not hit max in Krita yet. I don't know if Krita does have a max. Because Krita is also, like... You can't download it on phones, I know that. You can only at least not on my phone, you can only download it on, like, iPads, and I was able to get it on, like, my XP Pen tablet. And then it is also a desktop app, so I don't know if there is a limit. I do need to see if I think I need to reinstall Krita, because I have an idea for, like, an animation I want to make. Not like, it's nothing big, it's just that I might since I don't have I have Clip Studio Paint Pro, which makes you can only make animations that are like a second long. It was a drawing of Noelle where she's like from Deltarune, where she's like holding her face and blushing, and she's like blinking, and like her ears like wiggle, and I want like her eyes to like shift. But I don't know if I'll be able to do it. I think I might need something a little bit longer than 1 second, so I might need to, because I think that'd be a fun thing to do on stream. So I might need to see if I might have to re-download Krita for that. The other games are sitting on my shelf mocking me. That's my favorite. Man, yeah, they're so fun. I know at least for the first one, people sort of like ragged on it a bit because like they feel like the investigation sections are like less interesting. It's like, first of all, it's Miles Edgeworth Investigations. Like, I don't know what to tell you. But personally, I like the investigations because since I am someone who loves to interact with every pixel, the investigation sections really give me a lot to work with in a way that like the trial sections can't. But yeah, the third game is so good of Ace, like Trials and Tribulations. I think that is universally accepted as like the best main series Ace Attorney game. And then I know that this is a hot take, but I think Ace Attorney 5, Dual Destinies, is an incredible game. I really like Dual Destinies. I think it's criminally underrated. I think it's such a good game. Because that one and Game 6 are pretty hated, and I think Dual Destinies is incredible. I think, Game 6 is perfectly rated, though. That game is bad. As an Ace Attorney lover, it's not a good game. But I will play it every time I play through Ace Attorney, because it's on the list. Yeah, me and Cass, who some of you might remember from chat, are currently... I'm watching him play through Ace Attorney, and we're about to finish the second game. Which I don't think the second game is bad, but it is also one of the weaker ones. Especially mashed in between games 1 and 3, which are both very good games. And I have to message my sister about taking my dog outside. Ignore me for a moment. Ignore me. I am engaged with chat. I am so engaged. Congratulations to me. Also want to meet Clavier, please. Yeah! He's... me and my friends' voicing systems means I get to voice him. Clavier's great. Game 4 is also a good one. Kind of similar to the first Investigations game. I don't think many of the cases themselves... Like, the biggest appeal is, like, watching Clavier, Apollo, Tracy, and Phoenix, like, watching them interact with each other and others. But also, unlike the first Investigations game, I do think the overall story, like the overarching plot of Game 4 is really good. It's just that the cases that are unrelated to that overarching plot kind of just drag on, you know? But I think Clavier is great. I want to make a Clopalo playlist. Because I don't know if I've ever mentioned this ever anywhere on the internet, but I made a Rightworth playlist on Spotify and organized it between like when they were kids to like the end of Game 6. Just songs that remind me of them. And I've been meaning to make a Clopalo one. Because my favorite Ace Attorney ship is Phoenix and Edgeworth, but sometimes the Clopalo brain rot does hit. They are very silly, and I love them. I just love the dynamic of, like, super hot guy who's, like, the singer of a rock band who people adore sees just some fucking guy, and he's, like, kicking his feet and twirling his hair and blushing. It's such a fun dynamic, I love it. They're great. But, like, I didn't know how me making Spotify playlists of my ships became a thing, but it is apparently. But that playlist is also what made me want to make my... I mentioned wanting to make a mini animatic, which I am still gonna do, by the way. It's on my stream list. I was going to do it forever ago, and then I got hit with 2 back-to-back hurricanes, and then, like, 6 months passed. But a mini animatic of Wires by the Neighborhood, because that game is so right worth in game 1. And, like, another fun fact, because I don't know how many people know this, but on YouTube, in, like, YouTube Studio, if you go to, like, the music section, now you can buy license to copyrighted songs. Not every song is available, but sometimes, like, a lot of songs are available, and, like, you can buy. It's usually for, like, ad revenue sharing, where it's like you can buy a license and then, like, the copyright holder gets some money, and then you can get some money if you buy like, you can monetize it and get a portion of it if you have the money. And I keep wanting to buy those and make, like, animatics, because the big issue, I have a lot of animatic ideas, but the issue is that they take so long to make, and at this point in my life, I can't justify spending that much time making something that I don't make any money off of, because your boy's gotta pay bills. But that, like, changed it, and I was like, oh, I can buy some, I can, like, do that. So, like, even if I'm not making, like, a ton of money off of it, I can still make some money. Every single time I go to check to see if a song I want to make an animatic on is available, it's not. I'm like, fucking goddamn it. Like, the most recent one I wanted to do was a Deltarune animatic set to Control by Halsey. And what do you know? A bunch of Halsey songs are available for purchase, but not that one. I also wanted to do a Deltarune one of Negative Self-Talk by Hayley Williams. A lot of Hayley Williams songs are available, but not that one. I'm like, why? Is it always the songs I want to use? Like, every time without fail. The other big one I wanted to do was Brick by Boring Brick by Paramore, but it's Lucy from Fairy Tail. I don't remember if I ever checked if that one was available, but I'll keep you updated. And if that one is available, I will make a stream where I draw it. My friend's voicing system, her voicing Phoenix, me voicing people who talk to him means I get to voice every prosecutor, detectives, assistants, yeah. That sounds very fun. Well, I'm excited for you to play more of it, because it sounds like you're getting to some really good ones. Like, Game 3, very, very good. Especially, like, that final case, I think, is the best case. In my opinion, the best case in all of Ace Attorney. Like, out of all of the games. I think that's a pretty commonly thought thing. It's a phenomenal case. Will be on my edge of the seat for the animatics. If they happen, if I'm able to get the license. We'll see. If anything, I will make that mini one on YouTube Shorts. And I guess I can do the other, if I can't get, like, a full license, I can, like, try and make, like, shorter versions of the ones I had in mind as YouTube Shorts. It just bums me out. I can't do the full ones because every time I want to use a song, it's not available. Oh, hi, Abby. My cat Abigail. She's coming to say hello. Hi, Abby. Alright, guys. Chat rules. Whenever I mention an animal, you gotta say hello to them, so I better see some hi Abbies in chat. Hi, sweet girl. Hi, old lady. Hi. What you doing, sweet girl? Oh, you're... Hello, Abby. Chat's saying hi to you. They're saying hello. Do you even care? She's like, no, I just want to sit on your lap, man. I don't care about anything other than sniffing your shirt. Yeah, she loves to rub her face on my hand while I'm trying to draw. I'm like, I know you're just trying to show me affection, but now's not the time. What you doing, old lady? What you doing? It's a sweet girl. She's so fluffy. The baby. Oh, I'm sorry I stopped petting you. Sorry I have to work. Your life is so hard, Abby. I can't pet you 24/7. You're so neglected. Looks like we're almost done with the line art. We're almost there, fellas. I love when Abby sits on my lap and just stares into the distance. Not a single thought in her eyes. If I finally overheated the Ace Attorney men made pinup dresses, do you want me to at you? Yes, please. Trust me, I would love nothing more. We have to just sometimes thank Ace Attorney for making gay people real. Some people are like, being gay didn't exist until this time. It's like, no, it didn't exist until this time. Trick question, they didn't exist until Ace Attorney 1. God, when I had to fight the Roaring Knight, which, by the way, if you weren't there, when I had to do that, I was doing really good, and then my power went out. So I was like, well, I guess stream is over. So I did a lot of training of that fight, off stream. But I wasn't even mad that it took me a long time, because the song is a banger. Gay lawyers fighting for the right to invent being gay. Exactly. Like, put some respect on their names. Here, when I'm done with this liner, because the color scheme for this character is pretty simple. so it won't take me long. When I'm done with the line art, I will probably do a poll on what I should work on next, because I'll have probably about an hour, maybe a little bit less, because I was going to end at like 5-ish. So yeah, I can do a poll on which one you want me to work on, because I am debating on if I want to do the Deltarune drawing I showed you earlier, or work on like the Noelle outfit thing I mentioned. Also, fun fact about this playlist, I avoided putting Megalovania in it. It was in here originally, but for some reason that song in particular causes a lot of monetization issues on YouTube, so I was like, if I'm posting these VODs, then maybe let's not. Trick question didn't exist until Edgeworth said he had unnecessary feelings. God, you're so right. But I was like, if I can't have Megalovania, I might as well have the song that may or may not play when you fight Sans. It did also suck because my rule for adding songs to this playlist has to be a minimum of 1 minute long, which was a bummer. Because like I really wanted either Lancer's theme or Lancer's battle theme, because they're both amazing, but they're both like 40 seconds long. I'm like, Toby, you couldn't have made them longer by like an extra 20 seconds. Oh, Abby, you want to leave the room? You're gonna make me get up out of my chair and plug my earbuds and everything? The disrespect. Hold on, let me make this line, Abigail. Alright, kitty. I'll release you from this prison. There you go. Abby left us, guys. She doesn't love me anymore. It's because I stopped petting her. It's not my fault I have to work. Oh god, I mentioned earlier, I started using Streamlabs, because before I would use OBS, and I think generally it's caused it to like run smoother. But I got an email about a feature they added where it's like an AI person adding commentary to your stream. I'm like, why? Who would want that? Literally, who would want that? That's like the most unnecessary shit that I have ever seen. Like, I feel like even when you're playing a game, you don't want that. I feel like it's just distracting. Corporates are ignoring their main demographic again. Abby, you were just scratching to get out of here. Girl. Hi, Zola. Alright, guys, new animal. You know what that means. You better say hello. Zola, you want to say hi? Come here. Come here, come say hi. Come here. Here's Zola, everybody. Want to say hi? Zola, say hi. Zola, you gonna say hi? No? I don't know if you can hear her at all, but she was there. Hey, Juno. Juno's also here, so you gotta say hi to her. One of the chat rules is to say hi to all of the animals as they come.
You told me about 1,000 times, and I don't care.
Juno, don't touch the microphone. No. 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 Think about their ear. Think about the poor viewer's ears. No. 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 June!
Oh, everybody's in.
Momo!
Mama's
Well, it's a party in here apparently. Alright, and then these chains I added with a brush. I'll make a note so I don't forget. Chains. There we go. And the nails here. These can go on their own layer. I'll move these down so I don't forget. Never forget. Alright. I guess while I'm doing this, I can make the poll. As soon as I'm finished saving, that is. Okay, so the things that we will be working on, or the options, are this drawing. This is going to be in a video. The Fun Gang. I'm mostly just going to be doing some like cell shading on this, or some stuff that's just for fun and me time. I'm working on making some outfits for Miss Noelle. And this is one that's like interpreted from her main thing, but so yeah. I'll make a poll real quick and then y'all can vote on which one while I'm making the stuff. So we got, what should I work on? Fun Gang or Noelle? We'll do 1 minute, that's fine. I've never made a poll before. Wow. There we go. Well, y'all can vote on that real quick while I make some, because this won't take me very long at all. We'll do this. We will, zoom in here. Alright, back to the flats. Yeah, I gotta zoom all the way in here. Okay, looks good over here. Gotta get all these little areas that I love to torture myself with, apparently. Do 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 do. Alright, and then I drop this skin color. There we go. My god, they are pale. But so am I, it's fine. Any touch-ups I gotta do? Whoops! Not the magic wand! There's a little bit of touch-ups here and there. Get rid of those. I think we're... oh, what's this line here? Whoops. Yeah, I think we're generally pretty good. Or we can lock those pixels. Alright. Looks like Noelle is our winner. Oh, why is it opening a different tab to see? Okay. You have to have a whole different window to look at your poll results. It's too much for you to bear on this one screen. Whoops, or we can zoom up all the way up there, that's cool. Alright, let's zoom out a bit. Get that airbrush in here. Actually, I think I should Let me start by just putting it like this, and then I'll blend it out. And then I'll use airbrush to touch it up. Abby, what are you doing? Why are you always the noisiest one on stream, huh? Abby, why are you so noisy on streams? The noisiest cat. She's normally so quiet. But then every time I'm on stream, she's like, you know what this means. Time to cause problems on purpose. Alright, I think that's fine. Let's see. Creature is a professional comedian. So true. Whoops. This is gonna... There we go. We'll do that. And then... Let's zoom back in. Let me get the airbrush. Or we can continue saving. That's cool. I love staring at this. I love sitting here not doing much. Zola, what you sniffing? What you sniffing? My dog is on the forever quest to find floor snacks. Why am I stuck on this? There we go. It was not letting me switch out of the magic wand tool. It was like, you will have whimsy in your life and you are gonna like it. Oh, wrong layer. Oops. Alright, let me make that invisible so I can add some. Oh, I forgot about the other shoulder. Whoops. And then lighten it up. Whoopsies, that's not correct. Lighten it a bit. Lighten this other shoulder a bit too. And I gotta get the hands. We'll do one hand at a time. I think that'll make it a bit easier. Oops, or I can move my entire selection. That's cool. There we are. I drop that, or not. Hide the selection. Whoopsies. You know, I think I could probably just invert this selection too. Oh, but no, it would help if I... There we go. Then let's invert. And then those don't matter because I'll be coloring over that spot anyway. Cool. Whenever I'm like doing this to hands where I like add some pink to it, I always struggle with like how much to add because my hands personally, they're very red and very pink all of the time. But I know that not everyone's hands are like that. Just like how it's hard to like use my own hands as reference sometimes because I have super tiny hands. Alright. And then we'll color this white while I have it. Careful around the skin, but I guess it's not that big of a deal since their skin is basically pure white anyway. Alright. I have to color in this bow a little bit. There we are. And then the bow down here. That's a piece of hair. So we are good. The eyes also look very pale, and then I gotta add the eye makeup. There we go. Let me do this on its own layer, actually, so I can add both the darker gray bit and the lighter gray bit in its own thing. Oh, why are we doing that? Thank you for cooperating with me, computer. Love it when you do that. We love technology. Start with that. Oh god, my foot's falling asleep. I wonder why. Wonder if it's because I'm sitting on top of it for a prolonged period of time. Alright, and then the eye makeup, which I will also do on its own layer. Zoom out a bit. And then let me actually use this soft brush. I think I should learn a little bit about makeup, not because I have an interest in makeup, but because it'll help me with drawing makeup. I never know how it works. I've never had an interest in makeup, so I don't know how it works. I guess we'll start with a little bit messy for now, and then we can clean it up. Blending brush. That's small, much smaller. I can probably just blur that. Famous last words. What it's like when you're like starting out with digital art. I guess I can just blur that. Okay. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. And then... Hello? Are we back? Are we back? I don't know what happened there. Are we here? Hello? I just looked up at chat and looked up at my computer and it was suddenly like, oh, actually, we're not gonna connect you. Okay, cool. Okay, because it said 0... Okay, now it says updated. It said 0 viewers, but then you also in chat said we're back, and I was like, I don't understand. But we're back, and that's what matters. Cool, I don't know what happened there. I wonder if my sister's also using something that requires a lot of internet, because I'm working on stream and then my mom is working, and I wonder if she's also trying to do something, and it's making it weird. And back. Okay, cool. I'll merge that. Wait, this hair is pure black. I'm gonna make it not. Just because I don't typically do pure black in my art style. Let me zoom out a bit, actually. Now, you know what? I think I should do... Instead of starting with the hair, I'll start with the outfit. Yeah, and then I'll just do a bunch of paint bucket, and then I'll do the touch-up after I do all the big fills. Oopsies, let's not do that. There we are. Oops, not that. Not that. Alright, and now we'll go back and touch it up. I might actually lower the opacity a bit just so I can see what I'm doing a little better. Looks good down here. I just realized that's fine. It's fine, it's just easy cleanup. Easy cleanup, easy. It's so easy, chat. Did I do that on the other arm too? I did not, okay. I'm assuming the bow back here is also white, but I was not given instructions on that. Alright, and then there's the light stripes. Let me actually... get rid of that. Why is this on the different window? Do. Lighten it just a bit. Definitely too much. Okay. Alright, and then we will add these stripes that are here. Doesn't look like there's stripes on the sleeves, just the body part. The body part. The torso specifically. That specific body part. Lighten them just a touch, just because this outfit is so dark and I want there to be more distinctness. Let me actually switch over to the lasso fill. It'll make it go by a bit faster. God, I don't know what I did before the lasso fill tool, because before I switched over to Clip Studio, I used Paint Tool Sai, which does not have a lasso fill tool adjacent. And then when I started using this, I was like, oh my god, this is life-changing. Guess I can leave the ones in the hair for now, because I haven't done that yet. Saved me a little bit of time. Yeah, and then I do think I like this neutral black, because it stands out against the cool black of the outfit. And just helps give a little bit of contrast in a character design that is mostly dark. Oh, forgot a thing here. And then I will add the purple after I do the solid black bits of the hair. I do have to ask if these purple lines in the reference are like highlights or just line art. I want to make sure I get that right. There we are. And then I think I'll probably, because they wanted the nails black, I'll probably do it the same color as the hair, since they are so close to the outfit, just to help add that contrast. These tiny little gaps that I can never seem to fill. Added you. We have a picture. Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll look at that when stream's over. Thank you. Thank you for feeding me. I am in your debt. Gumshoe might be the sluttiest. Good for him. Love that for him. I love a good slutty character. Why I draw Andy all the time. It is funny that I, like, whenever I draw an SFW, my go-to is usually my character, Andy. And they're, like, very shy and, like, on their own, but they are a closet slut, and I'm constantly outing them. Make sure I get these bits. Come on. Nope, wrong thing. The way I noticed now, after I went to the con and bought my stuff, they had cookie merch. Damn, RIP. I'm assuming you mean Cookie Run Kingdom. Another thing I have not played. It is so funny, though, that people find characters from that, like, hot and attractive, because I'm like, those are cookies. I mean, don't stop. By all means, keep going. In concept, it's just a very funny. Forgot about these ruffles here, whoops. Okay. And then we zoom out a bit more. Actually, now that I look at it, this I don't know if this purple is also meant to, like, that might also just be some contrast. So I'll ask them about that. But all right. Well, these flats are finished. I do have to run to the bathroom again real quick, and then I will be working on the Noelle won the poll, so I will be working on that for the remainder, like, 40-ish minutes before I have to hop out. But yeah, I will be back. Here, I can... There. I'll leave this music going for you. I'll be back in, like, a minute or so. I'm back. Who won the staring contest, you or Noelle? I have a feeling she won, but... Okay. Can also show you the other ones I have so far. I made just like a little base of like her body, so then that way whenever I want to design her a fun little outfit, I don't have to like redraw her, I can just do that. But here's like basically just a 1-for-1 for her. It's like some interpretations, like she has the little thing here, like her little bow, and then she has like the shirt coming out from underneath her sweater. And then this one, it's like a lot of the same design elements, but I have more fun with it, basically. This battle with her zoomed in face is so funny. Someone clip it. I was in the bathroom, and I didn't know what song was playing, because I obviously didn't have my earbuds in. There was a contest. I was looking at big boobs on the other screen. You know what? Fair. So I have those, and then there's this one. I don't know if you can really tell. I wanted this to be like a white turtleneck with like a black vest with red embellishments, and I also wanted to give her like a red plaid skirt, because if there's like the three directions people always like take her outfits, whatever they design one for her, is preppy, Christmas, and emo. And I feel like a red plaid skirt is like the intersection of all of those. So I wanted to draw her in one. Yeah, we have about like 30-ish minutes before I gotta pop out. But I love drawing Noelle. She's so cute. The perfect trifecta. Exactly! Like, I feel like because of that, the red plaid skirt was just made for her. Because it doesn't matter if you want to draw her as Christmassy, as preppy, or as an emo. The plaid skirt is for all of it. Alright, but then this I wanted the pocket to still be black. I just love drawing silly little outfits. And I want to do something like this for Susie, Chris, and Noelle, or Susie, Chris, and Ralsei too. I just struggle with drawing Susie and Ralsei so much. Let's make that invisible for now. Connected pixels only. And then I gotta get that green color. Whoopsies. Alright. And then I guess we'll just we'll start here. I had no planning on which squares I wanted to be green and which ones I wanted to be red. I am such a big Noelle fan, though. I was so thrilled to see that she had, like, quite a big role to play in Chapter 4. Because my favorite Deltarune character is Susie. I feel like at this point she's everyone's favorite. But Noelle is a close second. I just think she's neat. I do really want, obviously she has a massive role to play in the Weird Route. But I would really love for her and her strength to have more of a role in the normal route at some point. Because even Queen was like, when that whole scene where Noelle was like, let me guess, it's because Noelle's weak enough to make into your peon, and then Queen is like, no, it's because she's strong. But then we don't, obviously in the weird route, there's a lot of that, but in the normal route, we don't really see too much, so I really want that to, like, come into play at some point. I just want more Noelle in general, she's neat. Okay, why did this song start and I thought it was the Sophia the First? And I'm just like, how did this get in here? Yo, someone make the mashup. Mashup of the century. Okay, why is my tablet doing the thing again? Do I need to replace the nib again? I'll just bear through it. We don't have too much longer. Oh, I need a little bit of... Oh, not that. Okay. And then... I wanted to make this yellow, and then I want to make these buttons yellow. What if I made this yellow? That might be fun. As I carefully trace over this. I guess it doesn't have to be super neat, and I can just... Yeah, we'll just do that for now. I don't know. Maybe if I make it like a lighter yellow. I do think I want... But I feel like that kind of blends in with her... Does that blend in with her hair too much? Like, I feel like as a design thing, I really like it, but... I might need to make it a different yellow if that's what I'm gonna do. Let me also switch to, like, an actual brush instead of just the lasso fill tool. I do still want to make that challenge where I make an entire drawing using nothing but the lasso fill tool. Everything from sketching to line art to shading, all of that. Let's do it on its own layer, and then I can make up my mind later about it. It's peeking out a little bit there. And then these, I couldn't decide if I wanted to make these yellow or red. I guess I'll start with red because it's like the darker color. And then I'll duplicate it and change it. And I can make my choice. There we are. Oh, you know what I might do? Here, I'll... another layer. And then I will... Oh, or I can pause the music. That's cool. I'll see if I want to make this a lighter yellow. And then if I do, I can add that yellow to all of the places where there is already yellow. Like, maybe not like a yellow, but like sort of a yellowish cream color, you know? and then we will... like something like that. And then where is... Oops, or I can delete it. That's cool. Oh. This does change things here. There we are. How is that? Not sure if I super love that. Okay, well, I definitely think I want those red. So we'll merge that. And I do think I like that being the light yellow. So we'll do that. Merge before I change my mind. And then I was debating if I wanted these ruffles down here. God, her fucking feet give me so much trouble. Because, like, I think I'm good at drawing Noelle because she's basically just a person. But then when I draw a full body like this, I struggle with her feet because they're deer feet. Alright. Oh, the song is so good. I was so delighted to hear this in Castletown. Alright, so we got... No, not that. Okay. Let's see. Are we thinking white ruffles or black ruffles? What do you think, guys? I think I'm leaning towards white. But I'm not sure. We'll leave them white. I think... You think white? Cool, glad we're in an agreement. And then I think I also wanted to add a little... button or two. Or three, fuck it. Let's go crazy. Yeah, that's cute. Let's add the line art to that, though. There we go, and then I don't think you would see them on the backside. 3 buttons? How scandalous. I'm really going crazy here. Someone needs to restrain me. Hell yeah, alright. And then most of these colors will be the same. I mean, obviously. Ignore me. I'm just yapping. Oopsies. Do 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 do. Yap session, my favorite. That's basically what my streams are. Because I don't have like a super fast chat. It's normally pretty cozy over here. So it is mostly just me talking about whatever comes to mind, and then chat chimes in if they have something else that they would like to add. Whoops. Let me select all the red. Or make all the red, so then I can select all the red. Whoops! That's not right. Oops. Come on. Undo. You can do it, buddy. Why are you not undoing? Okay, cool, thank you. Thank you, Clip Studio. There we go, and then the line art visible. Get this green. I guess I'll also just stick to the pick a random square and go with it. God, I remember when Sun and Moon came out and we saw adult red and blue. That was like the dopest shit. It was such a moment. When everyone was like, they're on their honeymoon, I'm like, cool. Whoops, oops, oops. I definitely have to find a more permanent solution that's not just changing the nib. I can't keep changing my nib throughout the streams. Nope, nope. See. And I know that this is a tablet issue because it's not an issue that I have just on stream. You're gonna have to nib that in the bud. Yeah, I really am, aren't I? I wish I came up with that. I'm funny, I swear. Hey, I think that's about it. Hell yeah. Well, there's outfit number 2. What a cutie patootie she is. I like her. I think she's neat. Alright, let's make this like 20 opacity, I guess. And then I'm probably... oh yeah, I was gonna draw her Dark World outfit too. Definitely not gonna get super far in this because we got like 10 minutes left, but I can start it. I'll definitely post these outfits whenever I finish them. I don't know when that's gonna be, but... Hardest speedrun, a true gamer, exactly. Noelle outfit speedrun any percent. This vest is actually so close to a vest I used to have, because it's like, it doesn't... the way that I'm designing it, you can't tell, but it'll like... it basically, like, it wraps around, like, the neck back here. And then and it's kind of like an open back thing. It like goes back here, and then there's like a tie, and it like ties in the back. And then here she was gonna wear like a turtleneck with like big poofy sleeves. But like this part is tighter around the arm, you know? And in this vest is like one that I had like almost one for one that I had and wore constantly in like middle school. Out of the buttons. 4 buttons to be exact. I love when vests. I don't know what these little pleats are, but I like when vests have them. So she's gonna have them. Because I think she's neat. Turtleneck. Because even though she hasn't worn them, I know she owns at least 5. I just feel that deep in my soul. Neat takes another. Yeah, that should be added to the bingo. Oliver stream bingo. Every time I say neat. Take a sip of water, your ass will be so hydrated. I was gonna make this a snowflake, but I'm like, I do not have the patience for that right now. It's gonna be a simple circle locket. So I did make, Jules, who you might remember as a longtime viewer and moderator, did make like a bingo sheet of like my stream, and I did take that and put it in like a bingo sheet generator. So we could, I did want it to be a thing where I can like, everyone can, I can share the link with y'all and y'all can like pick a bingo sheet. And then, like, whoever gets bingo by the end of the stream can have, like, a little thing. Maybe sometimes it'll be, like, a gift sub. Sometimes it could be, like a little 5-minute drawing of your choice. I think that would be fun. I just haven't gotten around to, like, fine-tuning the setup yet. I just think that'd be really fun. I'm gonna make them big puffy. I love a good puffy sleeve. And then we'll actually follow the body. When I make the thumbnail, I just mostly focus on shapes. So I was not like, look how tiny I made those. Look how tiny I made her arms. She's so cute. This is my daughter. I love her dearly. What a cutie patootie! As I slam my fists onto the table. Precious small bean, that is Noelle. Truly. That's the real reason why Ralsei can't go to the light world. It's not because he's a Darkner, but it's because him and Noelle will constantly have to do battle over who gets the Precious Small Bean title. Slams hands on table. I want pictures of Noelle. That was me practically begging Toby Fox to have her be in chapters 3 and 4. She wasn't in 3, but she was in 4, so I mean, not bad. Yeah, I'm gonna start wrapping up here, because it is about time for... We gotta feed my babies dinner, all 4 fur babies. But this has been fun. Thank you all for joining. Oh, ads are starting soon. I'll try and wrap this up quick so you don't get caught in ads. I will probably be streaming tomorrow, depending on whether or not the commissioner gets back to me. I'll either be working on that commission more, or I will be doing some comic work, so stay tuned for that. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. It's been fun. And, yeah, I will see you probably tomorrow. I'm assuming I'll be streaming again at, like, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so keep an eye out for that. I will be sharing a link on Blue Sky and YouTube. And this VOD will be available on my VOD channel eventually. So, yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you in the next one. Goodbye!